Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends,
the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Odujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Scrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard, a wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well, a robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Scrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
You are watching Business Day Television.
You have just tuned in to the breakfast show on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Christmas morning and we have enough packed up to keep you going. Happy Christmas and thank you for joining us this morning. I am Destiny Momo and with me is
Onyeka Valentine. Merry Christmas.
And
Joshua Bassi. Merry Christmas to everyone.
Most definitely.
All right, so before I engage my colleagues in Christmas discourse, I just want you to know what to expect on our breakfast show this morning. And right about now, we are dishing out to you, headlines making the rounds, in our nation. And after that, we will get straight into the front pages of a newspaper, for the newspaper review segment. And from there, we'll bring you a business morning segment by yours truly. And from the business morning segment, we will delve into our big story for today. We'll give you more information of what is happening around town this Christmas season. And after that, the social listening, knowing what is happening on our social media, we'll bring that to you free of charge on our Business Day Television breakfast show this Christmas morning. Wow, looking so good, gentlemen.
Christmas season, they say bring your best foot forward.
Okay.
But as you bring your best foot forward, make sure you carry the love and just share love and happiness.
Yes.
In such a way that we can now say it's Christ.
Exactly. I understand that as journalists we give out too much, and this is us giving our Christmas money out, for free to our viewers, just to make them, understand what's happening and make them, and still entertain them and make them feel comfortable. Mr. Bassi, I don't understand. Why do you feel you should give out so much as a journalist?
That's what we are meant to do.
Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, the people sitting back, at home, they expect you to bring to them, bring to the comfort of their home. What's going on in town? What's happening? I expect you to feed them. That's the job. That's the job we do.
So how do you feel?
We really don't have holiday. We are here. I mean,
of course.
So we just have to, reach out to them.
We're happy about that. Knowing that we don't care about what day it is. We know our responsibility is to give out this information.
Essential duty.
And that's what we're doing exactly. Exactly. And that's why we're privileged during the 2020 and COVID-19 that we were not so redundant as journalists as well. So what's the plan for the Christmas?
Well, interesting. People will say you want to visit family and friends.
Yeah.
Try new delicacies you've not tried before. But I think it is a day for you to sit back and reflect on those who maybe that could have stepped on your toes, forgive them. And those who, at the end of the day, have found ways to reach out to you and have not done back, reach out to them too.
Sure.
I think it's a day, apart from eating, feasting, and it's also a day to recollect things that have happened in the past and use the fact that Jesus Christ was born on this day, and the day was set aside for us to celebrate him.
Exactly.
So use that to reconcile, be happy with families, those you've not spoken to in a while, give them a call, and then put a big smile on your face, really. I think for me, that's what it really means.
Yeah.
If the birth of Jesus Christ doesn't usher in room for joy, happiness, and togetherness, then what will?
So what's your plan, Mr. Basi? Because I know you're a very passionate family man. Your family is always a top priority for you. And then for you to leave them on a day like this, what's the actual plan?
No, well, I mean, my plan first is to be here where I am now.
Exactly.
And of course, after this, I return to my family.
Exactly.
Also share the joy with them. But like Valentine said, it's a time that generally we just reflect, especially on the song say joy to the world.
Exactly.
Joy to the world.
Joy to the world.
It's a time that we share joy.
Exactly.
And maybe it's time to just sit down and reflect. And maybe that reflection, maybe the new year is almost around the corner. So maybe we should start from today to begin to even think about the entire 2025 and then reflect on the things that we have done, the events that we have engaged ourselves in.
True.
Then we begin to project into 2026, and then so maybe from today begin to look at that. But more importantly, let's share the joy.
Exactly.
Let's share the gift.
Yeah. It's a joyful season. It's a season of love. A lot of people had to travel. I just got back. So they had to travel all the way, just to see family and friends. It's really a time of sacrifice. And I always say that Christmas to me is more than a holiday. It's not just, about the holiday. It's about, that moment of sharing, that moment when we actually reflect like you guys have, rightly put it out there. For us to understand, right? Still talking about Christmas, right? It's a season for me to actually just look back and say, were all my prayers answered during the course of the year? Why can't it just be answered, between now and next week, which is the end of the year, so that the blessings that are supposed to come to me in 2025 will not roll over to 2026, because 2026 has its own blessings in store for me and for you as well.
So you want to actually grab all of
I want to take it. I don't want any leftover. I don't want any carryover.
Yeah, because 2026
has
its own unique blessing. So you want to get out of 2025 everything.
I want to take everything.
I'll tell you, Josh. It's good that we can all want all this great expectation.
Exactly.
I always say that. See, put into something that which you hope to get out of it. If you have put together your short-term plan and your mid-year plan and your long-term plan for the year, I tell you, we have reason to say, I pray for this to happen. Already he has given it to us. Already.
Exactly.
So, like I always say, if wishes were horses, beggars will ride.
Exactly.
Those who are doing, and that's the challenge now, last minute buy this, last minute do this, do that, yes, one comes to an end. That rush hour, a lot of people without knowing get into trouble.
True.
I will explain. Oh, I want to rush home my kids, buy clothes for this. Okay, I want to rush up. All those businesses I've not done, put them in place before the year runs out.
Yeah.
You begin to put the cart for the horse, you not even know it.
True.
And so you are exhausted, you are burnt out totally. And that's the thing that I always see in especially Lagos State.
Exactly.
Yesterday was 24th, right? You needed to have seen the way people were still rushing, buying things, causing traffic for 25th. I'm saying, why all the rush? You can just simply go to market, like say 20th or November, do everything.
Exactly, because by the time night falls today, a lot of people that would have traveled like, so the Christmas is over. So what next? And then there'll be regrets, and some will not have regrets. Some are still happy, to do the celebration.
Well, the reason why we said that, look, it's not just a time to. We said that you reflect. Maybe sit down and then also reflect. Like I said, 2026 is around the corner. But perhaps from today, as you have the time to sit down with your family, to rejoice and then share love, share joy, all of that. Also, so you don't go kill yourself for nothing.
I'm telling you, and then you might even just before we just take the headlines now, you can even just say, 2026, what are your plans? For me, I want to be more audacious. I want to have a better perspective of things. Let's leave that for later. And let's just see what we have on the headlines this morning. Nigerian banks floored CBN with 3.7 trillion naira excess cash on Christmas Eve. I take that again. Nigerian banks floored CBN with 3.7 trillion naira excess cash on Christmas Eve. And moving down, says that Ndume urges Tinubu to suspend tax law over forgery claims. Ndume urges our president, Tinubu, to suspend the tax law over forgery claims. And here says a lot smart to close Adeniji Adele's CMS Marina routes for Eyo procession. Whoa. Eyo procession is still coming after the Christmas, right? It says that last month to close Adeniji Adele, right? CMS Marina routes for Eyo procession. Eyo procession is actually a festival in Lagos State. A cultural event. And then another headlines from the Western world, from foreign scene, says Russia silent on Ukraine peace plan as deadly attacks continue. It says that Russia silent on Ukraine's peace plan as deadly attacks continue. You know what struck me in this headlines here as we're seeing that the Nigerian banks floored CBN with 3.7 trillion naira excess cash on Christmas Eve. Whoa, Christmas Eve. I heard one headline I'm actually not seeing here is the inferno that happened in the same in the Lagos Island market, and these things always happen, during times like this. Festive period like this, and that inferno it took away that very prominent building they call Nigerian something. It's a very prominent building, and the flame was too much. It was too much. Now Ndume urges Tinubu to suspend tax law over forgery claims. Is that going to be a possibility?
Well, before we jump into the Ndume story, I think justice to what's going on with the banks.
Exactly.
And why we're seeing this huge
excess
amount of money, right, going into CBN. So banks, I was just discussing with Joshua before we came on air. Banks have realized that that federal government will pay them more when it comes to interest if they put their money there than they give it to businessmen. Because the fear is towards the end of the year, businessmen might not give them the returns that they need on time, and those loans given might not come back on time before they now start remitting cash, so that way they can afford to now do their final wrap up for the year.
Okay.
And while we're discussing, we now bounce up ideas. It now turns out that at the end of the day, is this good for businessmen? Are they helping young entrepreneurs? If this huge amount of money is going to the CBN wants money to move around, right, and not just come back to them. But also that the economy can flow.
Exactly.
But banks are now really thinking businessmen. Can we trust them? Even if you give them money, can they make quick returns?
Quick returns.
You can't always take them to court.
Exactly.
Because they are people you do business with, So.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Having said that, you made a very huge point there, and what is our existence without cash flow? You tell me. Okay, then moving on very quickly before we move into our newspaper review segment, talking about Ndume's view on the tax law as he urges President Tinubu to suspend tax law over forgery claims. Joshua, do you think this is a possibility?
Well, this tax forgery allegation has continued to rage, despite the presidency trying to. Okay, the other time, I think there was the chairman of the tax reform, Mr. Taiwo Adele, who came out to say that what is circulated is fake. And so, and then the other guy from the legislator, the guy, a member of the House of Rep, who first, brought it to the fore that what has been gazetted is different from what the National Assembly actually passed. And so there's this allegation that is back and forth. The picture is not very clear actually. Denial here and there. But of course, it's beginning to look like, more and more people, are saying something about it. It's not just Ndume. I think there's a lawyer, I think two sons from the northern part of the country. I've also asked the federal government to suspend the implementation of this tax law from January 1st, 2026. Not only the sons, the NLC, the Nigerian Labour Congress, has also called on the federal government to suspend the implementation of this. That's on the basis of this allegation that part of it
has not been proven yet.
Clauses that were introduced.
They need to prove it.
Exactly. What has been gazetted, other than what the legislators actually, pass.
Okay.
I think it makes sense if these allegations are going on. I think that it makes sense
for them to tame down,
for them to suspend, look into these allegations. There's need to actually bring what was passed, the version that was passed by the National Assembly.
Okay.
You then sit down and compare with what has been gazetted to see those areas of discrepancies, and then find a way to sort them out before you begin to implement. Because there are concerns here. I mean, the aspect of it that has been introduced, which is the members of the National Assembly are saying that look, this wasn't what we passed, and which everybody is also lashing on, is that you are going to get someone, if for instance a company is accused of not paying the right tax that the company should pay, that's before you even go to court, before you are taken to the court, you'll be expected to deposit 20% of what it is that you are supposed to pay. And that is even before the law court hears the case and then decide. So people feel that that's draconian. And then there's some power that also been given to the tax authorities to even arrests, to make arrests. So those are the issues that people have raised concern about. So if these things were not originally, incorporated in the one that the National Assembly passed, then there is a need for the government to suspend,
clear whatever it is
before you begin implementation. Or even though Mr. Taiwo Oyedele is saying that, look, if we don't start implementation from January 2026, that it will affect government. And I think he even went further to say that not even the president can stop it. But I think that a lot of people have disagreed with him.
Yes.
If this thing is not clear, you can't jump into something that is not clear.
No, Nigerians are very intelligent.
So that people know exactly what they are getting into.
Exactly. Well, I think we should just take a short break. When we come back, we will move into our newspaper review segment where we give you information of the front pages of our dailies. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma. where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
You're welcome back. Now, this is the newspaper review segment of the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, where we explore top headlines on the front pages of our dailies. I'm your host, Destiny Mama. Joining me in the studio for more insight this morning is and
Joshua Bassi.
As always, I appreciate you for always being there and making the review segment worth the while. Good to have you as always. Now, it's still a Christmas morning, and we're still here to give you a rundown of what's happening on the front pages of our newspaper. We're starting from the Business Day newspaper, which says that Nollywood leads Dirty December box office battle. Nollywood leads Dirty December box office battle. And moving on, says land prices in Banana Island jumps to 540% in 5 years. Land prices in Banana Island jumps to 540% in 5 years. Whoa. And we still have here from the Business Day newspaper stating the key trends that shape Nigeria's transport sectors in 2025. So what do you make of Nollywood leads Dirty December?
Okay, so for me, I think very quickly that if you're looking at Dirty December as a whole, right, a lot of people have said that it's time for them to make it.
Yeah.
But truth be told, even these movies have been in production pipeline before December, right? Finally came. For me, what it simply means is our narrative is now being told in different ways. And of course, if you take this narrative and you produce them properly, and they become content, if you look at it closely, we have understood that apart from struggling with the mainstream people in oil and gas, those in the creative sector can begin to carve a niche to now say, look, since they're not going to allow us to play in this field, let us play in this other field. When it comes to entertainment, when it comes to filmmaking, when it comes to the whole production line and industry of film, right? The reason why I'm not shocked that we are, at that point there, trying to gain a lot of, inflow of cash through that angle, because we have narrative out there that we can create stories from. Now, producers and those who are executive producers and those who are in the cinema, those who run that sector of production, those who run distributions and marketing, will tell you for the fact that a lot of people who returned home from different countries want to go to cinemas. They want something that they can say, look, we are part of this recreational activity. Okay? And of course, if you're a smart person and you know how to produce great movies, why do you want to launch a movie in the middle of the year? Why not wait towards the end of the year when you get the I just got back people willing to spend money in the cinemas? So I'm not surprised that, Nollywood leads the December box office.
Exactly.
But now another thing is it worldwide or just Africa?
That's the thing. Joshua, do you think this is something you want to speak about?
Yeah, interesting to see that Dirty December now is being bigly propelled by the Nollywood movies. We've seen the likes of Funke Akindele. It's always make it big. A movie crossing over 500 million in just 12 days of release. Let's look at the particular one. I want to actually read the previous successful family. There's this one that she released in just 12 days, for 500 million naira. Income, revenue. So of course, like you said, is a time where I think that this Nollywood filmmakers have a way of targeting December to release. I think that it has become a trend actually. They target December when they know that this is the time that people return from different countries to Nigeria, and they have the money to actually go out and watch movies in cinemas. So it's not a surprise, really. I mean, because quite a number of them have released about this time. If you go to cinemas, you see people who are just trooping in, to watch. So it's a big one, as so many other events that are going on, but I think that Nollywood is actually leading.
Nollywood is actually leading, and even the Over Sabi Auntie by Imaku. I mean, what's her name? Right, yeah. Abraham.
Or something.
It's Abraham, not Tosin Abraham, right? Yes. Used to be Imaku, but I think she's a Tosin Abraham. Here she has also gotten, that much.
There are some of them who are like I talk about Funka Kindele, Iyabo Jo, Destiny Etiku, Tobi Bakare, Uzo, all of them in
Inedo. Yeah.
Inedo is even having issue with
the title. With the title of her. She said she called it Dirty Christmas. So I mean, better if it was Dirty December or something.
Yeah, I mean, Khan is even having issue
with it. Yes, because you can't say what they call the Muslim holidays. That's what people are saying, that you can't tag it as dirty. So why feel free to tag this one. I'm sure it's not because she wants to call it dirty, but the storyline actually made it pass. Like the storyline would have made that name to pass. It would have passed through some certain departments for it to have that name stick to it. But then they should change it, since Khan has an issue with it.
But I think that, again, I mean, in producing movies, people should also be very sensitive to the sensibility of people when it comes to society. When it comes to religion, I mean, we are very sensitive people when it comes to religion. I mean, so we raise. Well, for me, I would like, but then Khan is saying, look, I mean, you can't tag Christmas dirty. So. Those are some of producing some of these things. I think there's need for people to just try
as much as possible. Exactly, so just avoid trouble as much as and make your money in peace.
Religion-related trouble. So you can just make your money.
Another on the flip side, as much as we are very emotional when it comes to religion and very particular about it. Even look at the producer herself, right? Nedu was one of the producers.
Yes, Nedu.
If you look at it, I'm seeing from the flip side, I'm thinking, is the response from Khan, is this what she really wanted? Think about it. Because, you saying dirty Christmas. Sure, you would have known that someone from a particular Christian group or something, or someone somewhere will raise an eyebrow and say, this, we don't like this. You see, that could also be one of what
marketing strategies.
That could also be part of what we were looking out for. Because in these days, our entertainment business, especially the music industry, when a new album is about to drop, right? Some controversy will just spring up from nowhere. To project, yes. So
exactly.
Again, whether it's working in our favor now, we don't.
All right.
I saw that the billboard that she put up along some areas in Victoria Island has been put down. So with publicity for that movie is now cut short. But will it work for her?
We don't know. Sometimes it just hooks them somehow. All right, I will also have here saying that the key trends that shape Nigeria's transportation sector in 2025. Top 5 asset classes to invest your money in 2026. And land prices in Banana Island jumps to 540% in 5 years. What do you expect? Banana Island is actually an asset right now. Everybody wants to be there. Even if you don't want to live there, you want to know someone there that at least you can visit. Do you understand? Now, having to get a property there and hearing that it's skyrocketing, not the number 100%, not the number 200%, we were hearing 540%. So it means it's more than what we're seeing. It's so much, I mean, of a hot cake. But do you think this is actually necessary, as in the jump of percentage in Banana Island?
Well, I hate to say that it is overpriced, but truth be told, if you see it through the eye of someone who understands a bit of a real estate business, I can tell you for a fact that it's overpriced.
Okay.
Yes, the name Banana Island, has created its own level of brand for itself, but I think it's overpriced. I think the way and manner is overhyped. Because it's overhyped, it now becomes an overpriced property and region or area. However, having said so, in the future, that's if we don't draw the line, in the future, even the blue bloods themselves will not be able to afford it.
True.
Let's be honest. I mean, jump how many percent high?
540%. And it's not going to just stick there. It's still subject to get higher.
It is horrendous. Let's be honest, right? Those who are developers, those who are key players and gatekeepers within the sector of real estate and are managing that particular area, right? So also think about people who want to climb to that particular class. Is it being pushed high so that no other person comes to that class?
Exactly.
Or is it that they're trying to make sure, look, maybe areas like Eco-Atlantic area never come close to it? Must it be Banana Island must keep its niche?
Let's hear what Joshua has to say about this. Joshua, what do you think?
But Banana Island, we all know, is a place where the big boys in town,
Okay.
So
just like what Valentine said, that you don't want
I'm not
to
surprised that the price has jumped that much. In how many years? In 12 years?
5 years.
In 5 years?
Yes.
Okay, so and it will continue to climb. I can tell you that.
Wow, for free.
It's not coming down. I mean, because it's not coming down because as we speak, it's almost built up.
Yeah.
And so you find it difficult to actually find a space now. You recall there were attempts by some developers to extend and begin to even sandfield areas that even places that were kind of reserved that people were not supposed to build, that were supposed to be like to allow water
flowing.
So there were attempts to sandfield and build until the Lagos State government stepped in and stopped such illegal development. So that's telling you that even as the price continues to rise, more and more people are looking for a piece of
property in
Banana Island. So therefore, I see the price
skyrocketing. All right. So very quickly, what do we?
It has not gotten to its peak yet.
All right. So what do we have on the Guardian newspaper, Mr. Joshua? Can you just tell us what we have there on the Guardian newspaper?
Yeah, we have this story on the Guardian newspaper is a power crisis lingers into Christmas as output averages just 3,000 megawatt. And of course, it's a big concern. The other story, PDP leaders moved to concern factions, set up a critical committee. There's another story, Tinubu sets up APC committee to kill rifts, like party ahead of 7. Article accuses Tinubu of the defiance of judgment on local government autonomy. Shock as Kano Assembly loses 2 members within minutes.
Wow.
That's a very shocking story, actually. Those are the major stories that we have in the newspaper today. And perhaps we should look at the lead story, power crisis lingers into Christmas as output averages 3,000 megawatt. Valentine.
If I might chip into this, I will say very quickly. We are a very unique nation. And a unique nation comes with a lot of unique activities, whether it is good or bad. However, the fact that we can now say we want to mitigate the issue of power supply such a way that it doesn't affect every other person negatively, it's a far cry. Having said so, This crisis of power will not go away anytime soon. I will explain. Two major indicators. One, we have a bigger fight right now that is governing the nation's resources, which is insecurity. I mean, if you recall how Nigerians responded when the new minister was put in place of defense, everybody's quite optimistic that he must deliver. So whatever the man is asking for money is being given 100%. In fact, I will not be shocked that our next year's budget, half of it will go into fighting insurgents and fighting terrorists, because they are acquiring more weapons. So if you look at the power sector, now the money the power sector needs to be able to generate a lot of megawatts to reach what's called Nigerians and to appeal to our needs, still shortcoming. It's still going to experience some shortcoming, and because of that, come 2026, right? I hate to say it, we still have that old ballad: up NEPA, down NEPA, as the case may be, because the idea of solving power issue boils down to giving us that thing that we need. 100. They say we need the capacity of 120 megawatts of electricity. How much are we generating right now? What do we need to make it happen? I mean, only yesterday or 2 days ago, we had in our midst a fine gentleman who we had on the show, that will put aside, and he said something about power. When we asked him, we had to say, how do we sort out power? If you recall, he said that, look, to do that, we need to build more dams. To build a dam is not easy. It's not small money. That's a capital project. And again, once we have to look at insecurity areas, so just where they don't go and go somewhere and then go vandalize those electricity installation and all that stuff. So it's not going to happen overnight. I think where this government's eye is focused the most is to remove shame from our face, which is to not just crush terrorism, but eradicate them totally. So I'm sorry to say this, but for we to say we want to enjoy power 100%, it's still a far cry.
Okay, let me jump in. Well, it's not just only the government. You see, the power sector, has been privatized. It's just as we speak, government only still hold on to the transmission. Generation has been privatized. Distribution has been privatized. So it is only not just government that is expected to invest in the power sector for us to be able to generate more megawatts of power. But I think that the power sector has been and remains a very problematic sector.
Very epileptic.
Because for as long as I can remember, we've been hovering around this 3,000. Sometimes it moves to 4,000. Sometimes 4,005. I think there was a time we actually moved to 5,000. Just we've not gone beyond 5,000 or 6. So it's just been going back and forth. But I think that we have gencos who are actually generating power right now. Then we actually have the capacity to generate up to 12,000 or more megawatt. But there's also a problem of even evacuating what has been generated. Because if you generate, say, like 5,000, 6,000, you need to actually evacuate that 6,000 that generated. But for even the distributors to actually take it and then distribute and get from it. But the channel of evacuation, for instance, the transmission, which government is still retaining right now, the transmission lines are weak, are old, are dilapidated. So there's need for perhaps government to equally, privatize the transmission. Which is because that value chain, the transmission is what the government is still holding on to. Perhaps if government, muster the courage to also privatize the transmission arm of that, sector.
Is safe for us?
No, it's okay. I mean, they will have these fine private sector people who have their money, and then to kind of do a revamp of transmission, such that what is generated can actually be evacuated. You understand? To actually allow distributors, distribute. So that's what I think. Maybe that's where to perhaps start from. Also privatize transmission.
Okay.
Don't just, because why should government hold on to, if you want to, just privatize and then let people bring in their money and then they turn around the transmission lines, the transmission system, so that, the little that that's being generated can actually be evacuated.
Oh, okay.
So,
all right, so having said that,
hopefully we don't have to cry. I mean, it's funny that the word NEPA has been obsolete a long time ago, but even to this date, when power goes up, people say what? Up NEPA or down NEPA. It's just funny, All
right, having said that, I think we should just delve into the Vanguard newspaper to see what we have there very quickly, Valentine.
Okay, so in the Vanguard here, the very top, it says FG records 2.26 trillion naira fiscal deficit in second quarter of 2025. You can see down on page 19. Then page 15 says highways of fear, staying safe during festive season travels. I mean, we mentioned that at the beginning of our conversation.
True.
Then it says CAN urges tight security at churches. CAN urges tight security at churches. Page 8. Are they saying that we should now come well armed to come to churches?
No, I think they know that I'm referring to. I think the police, the security agency,
I watched a skit the other day where it was a skit anyway on social media. The pastor was preaching, and while he was preaching, he wanted to find himself, but he wanted to make sure that the stick where he has party was now waving his, so that I have a gun here. But that was a skit. It was a skit though. But let's take it seriously. It says CAN urges tight security at churches. But if they are asking for security at churches, it's not the same principle that the government has moved away from VIPs to go to some certain areas to police. So those ones now be the ones to go secure the churches.
Of course, that's what we should be doing. I mean, move them away from VIP
VIPs.
and move them to where people need them.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
attach as many as how many? 15,000 police personnel to VIPs, whereas there are areas where we actually need them to provide security, and they're not there. I mean, for instance, churches, mosques are areas where we should have a police, mounting security. For instance,
because of the insecurity that
yesterday, somewhere in the Borno state,
Yeah, it's here.
In Borno, I mean, where there was a blast where killed some. So those are the kind of
5 killed and 5 injured. We'll come to it. All right. So so the major headline here says Tinubu can't stop tax laws, says Oyedele. Tinubu can't stop tax laws. Lawyers disagree on the other hand.
Exactly. That's what we were referring to.
Well, this tax law is here to stay the way we see it. My biggest fear now is, you're aware that government has said, if most of you find it difficult, you don't have the time to go get your TIN number, not worry. We have NIN. We can process it. What does that mean? It means that, wait a minute, if Mr. Joshua has his phone and whenever he makes a call and he gets text message from a debit or credit, the government also knows we are seeing what's going on there. Give us give us the tax, But anyways, NIN. Here we go. So it says Tinubu can't stop tax law, says Oyedele. Lawyers disagree. Then below here it says, I remain committed to religious freedom. Tinubu, our CNC has said it. He said he remains committed to religious freedom. And it is what it is. I don't know if you saw the video of the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu. Yes, he was talking about, in the spirit of Christmas, and then he mentioned categorically that the killings of Christians in Nigeria must stop. But I beg to differ. Again, yes, the killings must stop, but whoever made him police of the world, why is he crossing over to Nigerians' business?
Exactly.
Is he trying to take the toll of
Netanyahu usually will align with Trump. Align with America. Of course, he has described Trump as the biggest supporter of Israel, of the state of Israel. View of the kind of support that
so he
America has got to. So if Trump is going that direction, of course, we expect him to go that same direction.
Well, that's a form of loyalty, if you ask me.
Some would agree to now say maybe is he playing the lap
dance.
But it shouldn't be someone like Netanyahu that will be saying this, because we know what he's doing.
Exactly. He hasn't earned the place to come and
we know what he's doing.
Talk about this. A lot of people died during that whole issue with the Gaza Strip, and people are finding their feet. All right, so very quickly, Down here it says ADC offers credible path out of Nigeria's woes, says David Mark. ADC is beginning to pull some very heavy weight. Only yesterday we hear that Obi and obedience are now getting towards moving to
they're very strong
ADC.
opposition. If you ask me, they're getting towards becoming a very strong opposition.
I think that they're actually going to take over from PDP, almost there, so they're going to take over as
yes,
the main opposition party.
The main opposition party. That's what they are actually striving to.
As we count down to 2027.
Yeah.
I think let me just ask both of you. Do you people think what would be the final straw that would break the camel's back for PDP? That would just cement PDP as a final destination? Do you have any idea?
I cannot pinpoint something. As a matter of fact, I'm still seeing hope at the end of the tunnel for them, which is also very, very slim. You know, like we just portrayed the fact that ADC is actually working very hard to become the main opposition party. So it's only left for PDP to still, sometimes when you linger, from nowhere, you start getting your stand. You start
a breath of fresh air.
Yes, things just start happening when you linger, when you do not give up. But if PDP gives up now, that's where it ends everything.
What if Obasanjo comes and says, PDP, it was nice knowing you. I think you guys should go and rest for now. Would that be the final straw that will break us back?
Who said that? Obasanjo?
I believe Obasanjo ever mentioned something like that.
I mean, Obasanjo, I think he's recently he encouraged them to. I think he gave them some hope.
Exactly.
That look, it's not a hopeless situation. You can still walk your way
get your feet back.
But again, I mean, I don't. As far as Obasanjo is concerned, for me, former President Obasanjo is concerned, I don't want to, as far as politics of parties concerned, I don't want to take him seriously. You know why? He was one of those who destroyed the PDP.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't. You recall how he tore his PDP membership card. So I mean, the question to ask is what made him to take that decision. I mean, so I don't.
Well, ADC. The ball is in your court. Let's see how maybe they can pull out and finally become a strong opposition party to unseat APC come 2027.
Wow.
Anyways, so there you have it on page 6. You can see that one. For sports, it says, beware of Tunisia. Right? Ayebeni warns Eagles. Say, beware of Tunisia. Ayebeni warns Eagles.
Wow.
I think with that. Okay,
wow,
there's an important one.
It's as important as
5
it is.
killed, 35 injured as suicide bomber hit Maiduguri mosque.
Yes, we heard that. It's a very sad one, happening just now when the year is rounding up. It is, as usual, it's something that the federal government should work on. Insecurity.
Exactly. And this justifies the call by CAN.
Exactly.
For churches to be protected.
Exactly, because of
during this period.
Exactly.
For instance, today, I mean, there are churches that will be having services.
Christmas
so
services.
There's need for security.
A lot of services will be happening around this time, and that's why a lot of people have resolved that they're going nowhere come 31st night. Having said that, let's look at what we have at the Akaton after day. Oh, wow. I want to leave you to help, describe this.
Says we see an image that we can easily relate to. And there is, if you can see, there's a big food turner on the pot. It says 2026, something is cooking. Right? It says, something is cooking.
Wow.
But the question now is, whatever is being cooked, is it going to be poisonous, or is it going to be, a remedy for Nigeria economy, and more importantly, for young startup people who are looking at opening your own business and not depend on the government to arrange some form of handout and case may. Because I mean, if you look inside the pot and I see head of a snake coming out, when did we ever believe that snake is a good meal to eat? So I'm going to think
without taking in poison.
Does it mean that
or venom?
Exactly.
It's going to be venomous.
Reform is going to be very venomous in nature.
We'll leave that to 2026 to decide. What do you think?
The food has become even more controversial. The fact that there are some doctored aspect of it that were not originally allegedly, that part of it that were not originally passed by the National Assembly. So with the controversy, the president is still cooking. So the cooking is not done yet. Still cooking. We hope that they will be able to actually resolve
to dish it come 2026 January.
So that by the time they dish it, people can eat satisfaction.
It will not be half done.
It will not be harmful.
And not be harmful as well. Well, let's hope for the best. I want to thank you for joining us in the studio this morning. This is all we can take for the newspaper review segment. And don't forget, you're still watching the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Coming up next is Business Morning with yours truly. Stay tuned.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good morning. You're still watching The Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Now, this is the Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. Now, let's bring you the news in details very briefly. The Nigerian commercial banks deposited a staggering 3.7 trillion naira into the Central Bank of Nigeria's standing deposit facility on December 24, signaling one of the highest liquidity surges in months. Now, this is according to financial data from the CBN covering December 22 to 24, 2025, which showed a sharp increase in idle fund placements just ahead of Christmas. The spike came despite the Apex Bank's earlier liquidity mop up through a 1.7 trillion naira open market operation in December 22, revealing persistent excess cash in the financial system. According to CBN's financial records, bank placements in the SDF jumped from 2.47 trillion naira on December 23 to 3.67 trillion naira on December 24, a 1.2 trillion naira increase within 24 hours. And meanwhile, former Senate leader and lawmaker representing Borno South, Ali Ndume, has called on President Bola Tinubu to halt the implementation of the new tax laws set to take effect on January 1, 2026, citing allegations of forgery. Samad Dasuki, a member of the House of Representatives from Sokoto on the 17th of December, claimed that the gazetted tax laws differ from the version passed by the National Assembly. In response, the House of Representatives set up a 7-member committee to probe the alleged discrepancies. In a statement on Wednesday, Ndume urged Tinubu to establish an ad hoc committee to verify the authenticity of the alleged alterations, warning that moving forward without resolving the forgery claims could undermine the legitimacy of the tax laws. The Nigerian Bar Association also called for a suspension, noting that controversies surrounding the Tax Reform Act have cast doubt on the integrity and transparency of Nigeria's law-making process. And meanwhile, the Lagos state government has issued a travel advisory announcing widespread traffic restrictions on Lagos Island ahead of the Ayo Festival scheduled for Saturday, 27 December 2025. The advisory was released as a photo statement and shared on the Lagos State Government website and its official social media handles. According to the statement, the restrictions follow the declaration by the Oba of Lagos, His Royal Majesty Oba Akiolu Rilwan, for the Ayo Festival, announcing that the following routes will be temporarily closed to traffic, covering major access corridors linking Lagos Island with the mainland. And now to end the news, an explosion in Moscow has killed 3 people, including 2 police officers, just days after a car bomb killed a high-ranking Russian general in the same area of the capital. An official from Ukraine's military intelligence revealed that the attack had been carried out as part of a Ukrainian operation, and the 2 police officers were targeted for taking part in Russia's war in Ukraine. According to reports, Russian air defense units downed 16 Ukrainian drones en route to Moscow throughout Wednesday. The report said the drones were repelled over a period of about 17 hours, and emergency crews were examining fragments where the drones hit the ground while no damage was reported. And now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing our first topic on the Business Morning Show. Stay with us. Hey, welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now let's go straight to our first conversation for today, talking about new tax laws as balancing national revenue and household survival. Now, Nigeria's newly introduced tax laws are sparking nationwide debate, raising critical questions about their impact on economic growth and the financial well-being of households. And while government officials insist the reforms are necessary to boost revenue and stabilize the economy, many Nigerians fear the changes could further strain already stretched household incomes. The federal government says the new tax framework is designed to expand the new tax base, improve compliance, and reduce Nigeria's reliance on borrowing authorities. And authorities are arguing that stronger revenue generation will allow government to invest more in infrastructure, healthcare, education, and social protection programs. However, economists warn that the success of the reforms will largely depend on implementation and timing, with inflation still high and purchasing power weakened. Households, particularly low and middle income earners, are concerned about rising living costs. Small businesses owners also worry that additional tax obligations could increase operation, ultimately hiking Wait. And ultimately pushing the burden onto consumers. Now, financial analysts say tax reforms are critical for long-term economic sustainability, but stress the need for fairness and transparency. According to them, households are more likely to support tax changes if they see improved public services and accountability in government spending. The government maintains that safeguards have been built into the new laws to protect vulnerable groups, including exemptions and targeted relief measures. Officials say these steps will help balance revenue generation with social protection. And now joining us is Samuel Showme. He is Mr. Samuel Showme is a seasoned investment banker and a public analyst. Merry Christmas, Samuel Showme.
Thank you very much.
So good to have you join us on our Business Morning segment. I hope you're enjoying the Christmas break today. We'll go on a short break. When we come back, we will be joined by Mr. Samuel so we can hear him proper. Stay with us. Are you hearing him?
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. Well, 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only not yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
You're welcome back to Business Money. Before we went on the break, we've been joined by Mr. Samuel Showomi. He is a seasoned investment banker and a public analyst. Good morning, Samuel Showomi.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Good morning and Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, sir. I hope you're enjoying the Christmas break. All right, very quickly, sir.
Good morning. Yeah, Merry Christmas to you and the team.
Thank you so much for joining us on Christmas morning. Now, very quickly, talking about macroeconomic impact, how are the new tax laws expected to strengthen national revenue generation and even reduce dependence on borrowing or external funding?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I think first and foremost, we must understand the thinking around the new tax reform. The new tax reform is meant to broaden the revenue base of the federal government of Nigeria. You and I know that for any government to actually deliver the dividend of democracy or any form of economic development, such government must be adequately equipped with revenue. It is when you have enough revenue that you'll be able to reduce your funding gap, which leads you into borrowing. So the essence of this tax reform is for government to be able to diversify its revenue base and, avail itself with the opportunity of, reducing its funding gap, which made the government to borrow. So what the tax reform has brought about is to widen the revenue base and not increasing the tax rate. So in terms of tax burden, the burden is a bit lessened, but what government has done through the tax reform is to capture those individuals, businesses that are not within the tax net. So the new tax reform has been targeted towards that area by bringing them into the tax net and widening the revenue base of government. So once the revenue base is wider enough, government will be able to generate, more internally generated revenue that will assist it in funding its budget requirement. And in the long run, it will reduce our appetite for borrowing. So with this, what it will intend brings into the economy is that it's going to strengthen our economy. Because with this, we'll be able to increase our tax to GDP ratio. historically, Nigerian tax to GDP ratio has been pretty much, poor, less than 5%, even if it is up to that at all. You understand? But with this new tax reform, we are aiming to increase our tax to GDP ratio, which is a kind of a strong economic indicator that will tell the whole world that Nigeria, in terms of revenue generation, we are very strong. And it is going to reduce our vulnerability to external shock. So it is a very welcome idea. It is a very welcome idea. And the tax reform is going to affect individuals, businesses in different forms. All will depend on where you are on the pedestal of, tax paying. So that is what the tax reform has come to do. Thank you.
All right, linking it to household cost of living, right? In practical terms, how will these tax reforms affect household disposable income, especially for low and middle income earners?
Thank you very much. You and I know that tax definitely have effect on disposable, income. But the way it's going to affect, household is also going to, differ from the size of each household. For instance, the new tax reform, what it has done is that it has lessened the burden on vulnerable members of the society. It has lessened the tax burden on low income earner. So we can put it into different categories, household into different categories. Like if you are talking about low income earner, for instance, the way it's going to affect low income earners is that it is very, very minimal. In fact, low income earners, anybody that is earning below 15 million naira per annum, for argument's sake, may not necessarily feel the burden of tax. The burden of tax, because the new tax reform is, it comes with progressive tax, regime. And progressive tax regime, it simply means that the higher you earn, the higher your tax burden. So for low income earner, they are not going to be affected by the new tax regime. And the same thing goes with small businesses. Any business that is not earning up to anything from 50 million naira annual turnover would not pay tax in Nigeria. You understand? So small businesses are not going to be affected. Small businesses are a kind of left out in terms of tax burden, although there is a minimum tax that every businesses would pay. But for businesses that are earning turnovers that is lesser than 50 million naira per annum, they would not feel the tax burden. So also any individual who fall within the bracket of low income earner. For instance, somebody that is earning like 70,000 naira monthly salary per month, are not going to pay tax at all. So there's no how it's going to, the tax burden will be much on them. So it's a function of where you are on the pedestal of your earning income, your earning capacity. If you are earning high, definitely you're going to be paying more. But if you are earning low, you are relatively not going to be paying tax.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Talking about equity and fairness, right? Do the new tax laws actually create a more equitable tax system, or do they actually risk placing a heavier burden on ordinary citizens compared to large corporations?
Well, like I said, the new tax regime, the new tax regime comes with progressive tax arrangement. And because it is progressive tax arrangement, definitely the tax burden varies from companies to companies. So there is a modicum of equitable tax payment with the new tax regime. So it comes with an equitable tax payment, you understand? So there is a sense of equity in it. If we are to look at it, let's look at it from the angle of maybe in terms of the policy certainty that comes with the new tax regime. With the policy certainty, definitely there's going to be a long-term investment advantage to the country. You understand? And like I said, it's a progressive tax regime that we are going to be going into. It is a function of the higher you earn in terms of your revenue, the higher your tax burden would be. So there is equity. I can't be earning 500 million naira. 500 million in turnover per annum, and also be, thinking of paying the same tax with somebody that is earning just 50 million naira turnover per annum. So the new tax reform has considered that it is your tax burden will definitely form in line with your earning capacity. So depending on where you belong to on the pedestal of earning capacity, that is what is going to determine what you are going to be paying. And so with that, there's a sense of, equity in it.
All right, and talking about inflation concerns, right? Could the implementation of these tax policies contribute to higher prices of goods and services? And how can such inflationary pressures be managed?
Well, thank you very much. Definitely, there's going to be a kind of movement in prices of goods and services. But this is not going to be across all sectors. We could experience, a change, a movement in tax in prices of goods and services, especially till before some of these companies that were not captured in the tax net. There are some businesses that are not captured within the tax net. So all businesses are now being targeted. For instance, like the digital economy commerce sector that are also now being captured within the tax net under this new tax regime. So definitely, as company, they will try to adjust to the new tax burden, because definitely the taxes will definitely tend to lower their net profit at the end of the year. And there is a way, pricing to the final consumer. So there will be we could expect a little, price increase for some sector, but it's not going to be across all sectors. But it is just going to be that in the short run. In the long run, the tax burden will definitely ease off. And how will that happen? It will happen because once the revenue of government is increased, that will enable government to be able to use its borrowing. It will reduce borrowing appetite of the government. And once our borrowing it means that debt servicing will also be reduced. And once debt servicing is reducing, it has an impact on the economy. One of the greatest implications will be that the local currency becomes stronger. Hence, that enhances the purchasing capacity of Nigerians. It will improve the standard of living, because what that will mean is that with little in your hand, you can afford as many as possible of goods and services. So in the long run, the immediate, inflation that it may come is out. Thank you.
Growth. I actually appreciate how you've been coming around with, making us understand about the tax reforms. You've made it so easy to actually understand. But then again, talking about economic growth, right? What roles do these tax reforms play in stimulating economic growth, investment, and even job creation across key sectors of the economy? Do we still have you? Okay, we'll go on a short break. When we come back, we will still be joined by Mr. Samuel Showme. So we will conclude on the tax fiscal stability and inclusive growth. Stay with us.
Economic outlook of Nigeria. You see, the
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Diversifying government revenues. What it will do to our economy in terms of economic growth is that it's going to give us the opportunity to grow our economy from within, because it's going to avail us a lot of revenue, which will enable the government to be able to deliver on its budget. It will enable the government to deliver on infrastructural development that will create the enabling environment that individuals and businesses have been craving for in Nigeria. So if we look at it from that angle, definitely the economy will become stronger once you can increase your tax to GDP ratio. Your economy will definitely become stronger. Two, the purchasing power of the local currency will become stronger, because with your increase in internally generated revenue, you are going to have less, potency of going to borrow. And if you are not borrow, your cost of debt servicing will definitely be reducing. So as you are reducing your debt servicing cost, definitely you are freeing up enough revenue for government to be able to execute some key infrastructural projects that will stimulate the economy, that will create jobs within the economy. And with that, you understand, the economy will be very, very strong and very, very sound. At the end of it all, it is we, the citizens, that are going to benefit from it. But for us to be able to attain that, we need a deep sense of, political will on the part of the government to be able to deliver on the promised, dividend of democracy to Nigeria. Because now, the tax reform is placing a heavy burden in terms of civic responsibility on our shoulders as citizens. Citizens will comply, businesses will comply, but for us to be able to feel the economic impact of it, government must also be, one, financially disciplined, and two, they must adhere to the promises they have made. Those funds that are going to be coming in now must be used judiciously to execute key infrastructural projects that will stimulate the economy. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Samuel Showme, I want to thank you so much for joining us on Business Morning this morning to give us a whole lot of long-term sustainability and how we can look ahead and understand the tax reform proper. We've been speaking with Samuel Showme. He is a seasoned investment banker and a public analyst. I want to say Merry Christmas to you once again, sir, and thank you so much for unveiling so much to us this Christmas morning. Stay blessed and enjoy the rest of the Christmas holiday. All right, Business Morning will go on a short break. When we are back, we will join our next guest for our second conversation about the Yuletide. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olutabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get very on Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're welcome back to Business Morning segment. Now, this is our second conversation talking about season of sales, Yuletide celebrations, as it sparks a business boom across Nigeria. As the Yuletide season approaches, markets and businesses, hubs across Nigeria are actually witnessing a surge in commercial activity, with traders recording increased sales driven by festive preparations, from food items to clothing and entertainment. The season is once again proving to be a critical period for businesses. Across major cities, traders say demand for goods and services has risen significantly as families prepare for Christmas and New Year celebrations. Poultry sellers, rice dealers, fashion retailers, transport operators, and event planners are among those benefiting from the seasonal uptick. For many small business owners, the Yuletide period offers an opportunity to recover from months of slow sales caused by inflation and reduced purchasing power. However, the boom comes with challenges. Rising cost of goods, logistics, and raw materials have pushed prices higher, forcing consumers to make careful spending choices. Economic analysts note that Yuletide spending provides a short-term boost to the economy, stimulating trade, transportation, hospitality, and entertainment sectors. They warn, however, that the impact is often seasonal and does not replace the need for long-term economic stability. Now, despite we are live at the Tinubu Square, the popular Balogun Market in the Lagos Island area of Lagos, Nigeria. Business Day Television is here to find out how Nigerians will be celebrating the Dirty December. We see a lot of people coming to do their shopping. People from all over Nigeria are here in this market doing their shopping for the Dirty December. The question is it going to be business as usual? Will the Dirty December be celebrated like other years? Is this year going to be different? And that's why Business Day Television is here to find out. Come with us.
All I can say, people are doing enough shopping though, because people are more sure. It be more than other December sure.
I feel like prices are so high because of inflation and all those kind of things. So prices are going up and down. But things are very, very expensive. But we'll skip through.
Things are very, very expensive now. You cannot use to compare last year.
last year is different from this year. Even the people that are doing business last year, they make it, everywhere is moving, you understand? But this year is something else. Are you getting me? If you can look at the way things are.
Now, celebrations with concerts, travel bookings, and family gatherings driving demand across multiple sectors. Joining us this morning is Mr. Segun Williams. He is a social and business entrepreneur and the founder Men No Pause NGO for Men. Merry Christmas, Segun Williams.
Christmas, can you hear me then? Can you hear me? Because I think you have a bit of a...
So good to have you join us this morning, sir. Now, how significant do you think this Yuletide season is to annual revenue for small and medium-sized businesses across Nigeria?
Well, this season in itself, is a bit different from the different, other seasons that we've had because, obviously we have been plagued. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so I said this season is a bit different from, the several other, seasons we've had because Nigeria has been plagued with a plethora of, a lot of inconsistencies in the narrative or economic reality. But the truth of the matter is that we're very enterprising people. We're very diverse in our business, sturdiness. So we always have a way to ameliorate certain circumstances with our creativity and, our resilience as a people. But regardless to that, you can see that the climate of the season is a bit different from, past Yuletide. But, nonetheless, we'll make the best out of, whatever situation we find ourselves. That's the indefatigable spirit of the Nigerian person.
So now, which sectors do you think benefit the most from the festive business boom? And why does Yuletide spending actually concentrate in these particular areas?
I would expect that social businesses that have any kind of celebratory, affectation will be the first narrative to benefit from this. So obviously, we're looking at the social sector, the food and drink and entertainment sectors. There's this acronym Dirty December. I wonder where that came from. But this acronym Dirty December that suggests that time of December there's a lot of celebration, a lot of merriment. So the first industry obviously will be the entertainment, and the social media industry. However, you look at all the ancillary businesses like hotels, tour and travel, and basically things that amplify the social nature of our celebration for this season. I think those are the best people. And also, don't forget that in the process of migration, immigration, emigration, you're also going to encounter a lot of, visitors coming into your country, or you're paying visits to people. So you're also having a lot of, social narratives that you have. You meet people, you're happy. So it's a fun time for the industry that suggests or amplifies social integration.
All right. To what extent, right? To what extent has inflation affected consumer spending patterns during this year's Yuletide season?
We're in Nigeria now, so that question is easy. I mean, look, everybody's complaining. I have workers who don't know how. I mean, they're complaining. But you see, there's something about the Nigerian person. It is something that actually contradicts common sense. In every postulation, in every economic indices, when you look at Nigeria and look at the disposable income, you look at the economic landscape of this country, you wonder how the basic Nigerians survive. But I think that the hegemony of our society, our cultural nuances, always interlap with also our economic reality, in the sense that we're a very caring and giving people. I mean, it takes a village to train a child. That's the local talent. It also takes a village to care for one another. So we're very caring. So I think that the interlocking of family, friends, and your social network and that spirit of giving that is akin to the Nigerian spirit and also very particularly to the Nigerian person of being your brother's keeper and sharing your bread and your food has ameliorated to some point, the stark reality of inflation. Be that as it may, you will know that people have changed their diet. So all of a sudden, people are becoming more healthy. You know what I'm saying? So instead of them eating a lot of protein, you say they go vegetarian, and instead of eating a lot of carbs, they are doing as little as possible. These things are also a stark reality of what Nigeria pretends today in the area of cost of food, cost of living, cost of transportation. And it goes across all borders. So nobody, even those who are seemingly doing well, and having a lot of sales at this point, will go and pay it forward to another industry that will take it from them. So it's just what it is. But it's not akin to Nigeria alone. This is the reality of the world in itself. Those in the UK are complaining, those in the States are complaining, everybody's complaining everywhere. There is something in the air. It's just a shift of narrative that has to change from the way we know how to do business and become more creative of Africans to take our own future into our own.
Oh, wow. Okay, so but as a result of that, so are businesses genuinely recording high profits, or rising operating costs actually eroding the gains from increased sales?
It is, you take one from one hand, you give one from one hand, you take from another hand. What is the real indices of growth of businesses doing well? Is it sustainable? A flash in the pan, a shooting star here, does that mean that there's a constellation of stars in the sky? The question to be asked is, even if there's an increase in sales, just like you have in the aviation industry, where it's pretended that, based on the season, the cost of ticketing and airfare has gone up, and people are complaining. But be that as it may, if you look at other areas that makes up the aviation industry and the cost and the increase in their goods and services, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. At the end of the day, Peter and Paul are going to go to third, and their reality is still going to be the same. And then when we talk Nigeria, we have to put it in context, because Nigeria in itself is not the elitist society, is not the echelon of those who can still avail themselves of business savviness based on the time, regardless of the inflation. The majority of the people called Nigerians are living far below, in the poverty, international poverty indexes. So when we say Nigeria, business is doing well, we also look at it in the context of the algorithm of the number of businesses and which businesses are we talking about. At the end of the day, a season is not a definition of prosperity of a country. A season is just a reflection of the passion or what that season brings, because it comes with certain things. But after the season, that's the true algorithm of to check whether there's been any kind of appreciable growth that will affect positively and comprehensively the life of people.
All right. How does the Yuletide business boom actually impact job creation, particularly temporary and informal employment?
Well, job creation. Okay, so the Yuletide season is a season, isn't it? It's a season. At the best, you have 3 months. A month before, a month after. 3 months is not enough to define whether the impact is sustainable. So for that to be sustainable, that means that whatever happens on this season is not only subjective to the season in itself, but is also relevant going forward. Now, if you increase your staff because you have an influx of customers to your establishment because of the season, and come January, everybody goes back to status quo, those who have come in have traveled back, and you lay off your staff because business has gone back to its normal equilibrium, then how do you adjust? Is that an increase? You know what I'm saying to you? So the fact of the matter is, if entertainment and the social media and the social industry in Nigeria has elasticity to be a more established organ of income revenue, then it has to be a concerted effort investment that will have happened pre-season and will still last after season. We're always in a bit reactive, in the way, we respond to things. If a situation comes, we react to it, but we need to be more proactive. I can see from, government trying to latch on the 30th December, trying to create, an enabling environment for people to come. But you see, that in itself is also very, it's very infinitesimal to the reality of what we should do as a government. Government as a government to create an environment where small and medium scale enterprises can begin to function and flourish. Everything in Nigeria is on an upscale. Power is expensive. Fuel is expensive. There's insecurity. I mean, the basic factors of production that would encourage, the small and medium, even medium is even too high, the small and the cottage industry, because the power of Nigeria is in a collage of small scale industries. That's our power. I mean, when we were growing up, it was one business, one home, and one business enterprise. You want to do your shoe, there's a shoemaker on your street. You want to buy a woman selling bread is there. When you walk from one end of the street to the next, you will have been fooled. I mean, we had, street restaurants, street shoemaker, street tailor, street everything. I mean, that business savviness is what, that was the substructure of our greatness. Now we've lost that because even to do those kind of things are increasingly becoming very, very difficult. So I think that we should be more proactive. If we're going to latch on the Yuletide blessings, it cannot be based on a season in itself, because after December, we have another 11 months coming. People are going to eat, we're going to survive. And in this terrain that we are in now, there must be a level of creativity. Government must look inwards with small businesses and cottage industries. Business ideas should go out of making money to creating value. I think one of the worst narratives that we're experiencing today is the narrative of making money. Making money in itself is a liability until that money is put in a context where it can create other income streams. So impact and value should be the mentality of the average Nigerian. How do we create value? How do we impact our neighborhood? I think that should be. And in the sense of this season, so that might be, since this Yuletide season is a time of good neighborliness, a time of friendliness and being, altruistic to your neighbor, I think this is a time that we should also be thinking of going forward. How can our businesses have this social capitalism, mantra, where we are also more concerned about elevating, empowering, and helping people and our neighbors and businesses more so than just the bottom line of making a profit. What is the point of having all the profits and yet nobody to spend it with you?
Wow, I knew that you were always going to come through, with good information in this regard. But then again, what role does consumer psychology and even cultural tradition play in sustaining festive spending despite economic hardship?
Look, I said before, Africans in our innate person, we are very hospitable and kind-natured people. Now, the psychology of celebration is ingratiated in our culture. We are a dramatic people. We are very effervescent in our expressions. We are, everything about us is dramatic. You just need to walk on the street and see people enjoy themselves. You will never deny an African the opportunity to enjoy himself. It doesn't matter his bottom line, his paycheck. It doesn't matter how much it is. He will find a way to enjoy himself or herself because it is part of our culture, our vibrancy, our identity. Now, that psychology in itself is what a lot of vendors and businesses also, they take advantage of. So in as much as things may be tough, but we have the dexterity of intention and, a very multifaceted entrepreneurial spirit to always find a way to enjoy. And you look at it, people will find a way, even if it's a bottle of something, a sachet of something, if it's just, having people play music on the street and dance, even if somebody just comes and brings something, and then everybody keeps saying, and you find happiness. Look, happiness and joy and celebration doesn't have to be expensive. It's more in the camaraderie, it's more in the, felicitation. And in that in itself, because we're also a giving people, we find out that there's an overlap with economic resources at this time. So I think that in itself has helped the industry and that psychology of business providers know that come some way or other, that indefatigable spirit of the Nigerian man would always find a reason to celebrate. And I think that also helped in planning their investment.
All right. So that's how, I mean, these things work, you have put it in such a way that we get to understand that yes, this sector needs to boom at this time, because of the products and services that are being sold. Moving on, how prepared are small businesses to manage increased demand without compromising product quality or even pricing fairness?
So, okay, so we're assuming that this time there's a boom, and there will be certain booms in certain industries. But I would expect any business would have projected that come December, right, there'll be an increase in the demand for the goods and services. So I'm sure that for December, they'll have started in the late second quarter of the year to start preparing for it. A lot of businesses make strategic planning for December, because obviously for those who are very relevant in this industry or in this time to provide services that people are keen to, obviously would know that they will have to prepare. So typically, you must have been prepared. If you're not prepared, then you will not be able to harness the potential of the season. Now, it now depends on which industry you are. If it's a manufacturing industry, I am sure that things that you're manufacturing, you'll have done, you have increased your production and you have stored in your storage over time for the increase in sales in December. If it's in food and recreation, I'm sure also you'll have increased your staff and your internal capacity, right? Now, if your product, obviously the brand of a thing is also not in only the way it looks, but how the people receive it. And I'm sure that brand security and brand safety for a lot of businesses are paramount on their table. So they will not want to compromise on these things. And the ability to build a structure is to build it on the tenet of customer satisfaction. So I'm presuming that they will have taken cognizance of these things and beforehand planned for the increase in customer patronage.
All right, now, the last question I have for you this Christmas morning is about the lessons that policymakers can actually draw from the Yuletide business boom, right, to support small businesses and even stimulate year-round economic activity. What do you think those lessons are?
Okay. All right. So because I'm an entrepreneur, right, and I'm coming from a place of being there. The boom sometimes that we talk about is quite ephemeral, and that boom, highly dissipates or quickly dissipates in the course of the coming year, because so many other things. And don't forget that high income also at this time you have increased expenses. But instead of the government just looking at the ability of increasing or taking advantage of whatever increase comes, because if you look at it statistically, like last year, the major industries that benefited from the dirty December and increase in sales were the major players most of the major players, those in the first year of business, and then others who are more of the medium scale people. Now, the increase to the small businesses, though you could say marginal increase, but nothing for them to have built them to a point where their capacity will increase throughout the year, because like I say, the sustainability of patronage is what increases the ability of growth of businesses. So I will think, and I believe that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is also looking at creating situations where doing business will be more amiable and congenial for people here in Nigeria. Now, when we look at the landscape of even this coming year, the tax regime about to happen and other things that has clogged or is a bit discouraging to small businesses in the short term, but we believe that in the long term, all these ideas would help to create a more conducive atmosphere to do business. Now, something that we need to realize is Nigeria has capacity, we have numbers. Our power is in our size and our numbers. And we should be able to harness these numbers to advantage. A lot of small businesses should look at how they can increase access to their products on a larger scale to increase the output and also increase their sales. And government to now find a way to create a hegemonious environment for both to meet in policy, in creating, enabling, and not just policy, but creating a sense of Nigeria first. You know, there's this thing Dangote is doing right now, fighting with, you know, regulatory bodies to preserve and to protect local industry. I think the government should have a policy of protecting local industry and celebrating products and services that are made in Nigeria. People come to Nigeria to enjoy the vibrancy, the cultural diversity, and the soul of the country and the nation.
We want to thank you so much, Mr. Segun Williams, a social and business entrepreneur. It's been so wonderful, you know, talking with you on Business Morning today about, you know, the Yuletide boom sales and all of that one. We really appreciate your time talking to us on this Christmas morning with so much enthusiasm and realism. When next we get in touch with you, we want to talk to you about Men No Pause Global, an NGO for men. We see that you have passion to push, you know, men forward. We want to really appreciate you for your time. Thank you so much and have a Merry Christmas, a very Merry Christmas. Have a great day, sir.
Bye.
Now, this is where Business Morning says a goodbye. Thank you for staying with us as we track the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I am Destiny Mama. Just stay tuned for more updates on Big Story. And join us again tomorrow for yet another edition of Business Morning on The Breakfast Show. Merry Christmas.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Yeah, welcome back. You're still watching The Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Now, this is the Big Story segment. We want to start by saying Merry Christmas to all of you out there that have been consistent with our Big Story segment. Now, this morning, I'm not alone. I am with
Onyeka Valentine,
Joshua Bass.
And we are all saying Merry Christmas to you from Stables of Big Story this morning. And I hope you're enjoying your Christmas holiday at home with, hot rice, chicken, different condiments as we speak. Right, this morning on the Big Story, where Business Day is, opportune to bring to you prices of things in the market this Yuletide. Business Day went out this season, to find out what people are saying. A lot of people are complaining about the purchasing power not meeting the standard of, purchase this season. While some are saying that they can actually still afford it, Business Day went out, to sort, to find out prices of food items, clothing, Christmas decor, and also to get the views of the street in this season. And we went out and we got this information for you. I think we should just see a bit of what, this whole movement was about this morning on The Big Story.
We are live at the Tinubu Square at the popular Balogun Market in the Lagos Island area of Lagos, Nigeria. Business Day Television is here to find out how Nigerians will be celebrating the 30th December. We'll see a lot of people coming to do their shopping. People from all over Nigeria are here in this market doing their shopping for the 30th December. The question is it going to be business as usual? Will the 30th December be celebrated like other years? Is this year going to be different? And that's why Business Day Television is here to find out. Come with us.
All I can say, people are doing enough shopping though, because people are more sure. It be more than other December sure.
I feel like prices are so high because of inflation and all those kind of things. So prices are going up and down. But things are very, very expensive. But we'll skip through.
Things are very, very expensive now. You cannot use to compare last year. Last year is different from this year. Even the people that are doing business last year, they make it, everywhere is moving, you understand? But this year is something else. Are you getting me? If you can look at the way things are you getting what I'm saying? The market is even scanting somehow, unlike previous year that we see, you'll be pushing each other, there'll be nowhere to pass. But what I can add to it is that by God, all things are possible. Are you getting me? So God give us a sound earth, so we can say, God, we thank you. We give God the glory.
The country is seriously going backward. Nothing is moving. You can live by yourself. Not like other previous years. Other years, you can't be able to stand by this hour without having issue with somebody. But look at me, sitting there, look at everybody. Everywhere is so dumb, no money, all we hear every day is crisis. One bandit to another one, to another terrorist. That's what Nigeria celebrates as of now. And the air flight is 500,000 naira to Owerri. Can you afford that under 1 hour? You spend 500,000 naira just to get to Igbo land? Is it possible? Then bus is almost 80 to 100,000. So how much is civil servant salary? And we're assuming that you have up to 5 children and you are willing to go with them. That means you have to empty your accounts just for you to go and celebrate Christmas. It's not done anywhere in the world. Nigerians were angry. The youth are no longer happy with them.
As you can see, the market is so full. But the problem we have in the market, there's no much of market. People don't used to buy. They just came to market and pricing and just parading, you understand? So we don't see anybody to buy market. The market was so down. And we don't know what is happening. We don't know what is going on in this country. So maybe our government can help us for this. Things are too cost, are too expensive. So maybe that is why people don't used to buy. When some people come to market, they're ready to buy at least with their money. They'll budget to buy at least like a 5 item of things or 6 or more than that item. At the end of the day, with the money they only buy with the 2 items of things. You understand what I mean? That's the problem we have in this country. Everything is not going as well. It's not going as well. So please, may God help us in this country.
There you have it on The Big Story. Nigerians are lamenting. A lot of people are unable to still, travel. What do you make of this?
Well, truth be told, at every level they say there is a devil. Now, it's a normal saying that actually finds a way to qualify situations that you're dealing with at every category that you find yourself. Now, for me, watching that Vox Pop, by the way, great job, getting the reactions of Nigerians. But it appears to be only one particular class. I wish we had those who are the blue bloods who also tell you something contrary. Because those blue bloods will tell you, well, the issue of flight tickets is that they can afford it, but again, can they even be safe? They will not even talk about the cost of flight tickets. They're talking about the safety of the flight. So that's why I said at every level there's an issue. But however, judging the fact that Nigerians are responding, right, to what's going on this way, I will say this: they saw it coming. Subsidy is gone. Without a soft landing, you will go through it, right? The issue of whether towards the end of the year, where we had Dangote going back and forth with other regulators or other labor, whatever it is, Nigerians will suffer it one way or the other. The economy will be hit back and forth, and then even worse, insecurity. These are major indicators that can either spell boom or doom for the country towards the end of every fiscal year.
Sure.
So if someone's telling you, look, before this it's 101, now it's now 001 or 100, I mean, we are not surprised. All these areas that have been left lacking back and forth can only lead directly to this kind of outcome. You see the young trader there who said that all Nigeria celebrates now is bandits here, insurgents there, kidnappers here. Now, I might not totally agree with him. We have some great stuff that we have recorded through this year. I mean, we had Coastal Road, we had other areas that kind of made a lot of strides. Plus, of course, Guinness Book of World Records. A lot happened that was like just a pass mark. However, social media is very powerful, Josh, if you agree with me. Social media has a way of pushing narratives there that can make you think all what is going in this country is all about negative. But it boils down to one thing. If negative vibe is what people are feeling, they'll be worried and scared to spend money because they don't know if they'll bring their money back. This way, holding on to the cash that they have. If banks can be holding on to their cash and putting it in CBN's account, who are we, ordinary people? It shows exactly. So it shows you that the Christmas will not be as merry as we expect it to be because of all these indicators that has boiled down towards the end of the year. So people want to hold on to their money, people want to hold on to their safety until they see likes of our new minister, making strides,
impacts and all that. Now, we did not just go to the market to find out about maybe Christmas decoration and clothes. We also went to the food market where prices of tomato, rice, food items in general, chicken. People like to kill chicken during this Christmas
Save
time.
the chickens was what I said yesterday.
Yeah, people want to eat a lot of chicken. But you find out those places are scanty. You hear the prices of chicken skyrocketing to like 30,000, 40,000 naira for chicken that people normally in those days rear in their compound. And then you hear it go that high. And then for the smaller ones, you find it for the price of like 15,000 and all that. Tomatoes, you hear the baskets, going high. Yes.
I wonder how much
Beans, you're hearing rice, you're hearing some kind of prices. For the pint of rice, you're hearing like 7,000 for beans, for gari, the bag is like 20,000, rice like 60,000, beans 100,000, pepper 100,000. Tomato was something like 40,000 and below. And then
basket, right?
Yes, yes. That's how they buy it. But you don't expect them to sell it like that. Before they transport it down here and all that, the prices tend to go up.
I heard what that man, the guy who you interviewed, heard what he said. He said, if cost of living is this high during Christmas period, what about those who earn salary? How are they going to manage? He said, salary earners.
What would they buy with their money? With their salary?
So I think for what it is, that anyone who understands what we've been through will spend wisely during this December period.
So what's your advice, Joshua, on this? What's your advice? Because it's still Christmas celebration, don't forget.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is Boxing Day. People still want to go out and buy things and entertain their friends and family. And then the New Year celebration is still, looming and all that. What do you make of this?
Before I even speak on the advice about this time, let's even look at one key thing, that all throughout the year that we have been struggling or dealing with as a nation. That's insecurity. And I would tie that to how how that has affected transportation. And you could hear that man talking about the cost of flight from Lagos to Warri, talking about 500,000. And you recall that our aviation correspondent, Informa Kiko Okrocha, had done a story as early as November to the effect that, but that usually people would like to book in advance to be able to get cheap flight. But it was not available. You could not book online to be able to get cheap flight about this time, because from November people would have started booking. That's usually the practice around this time. So from October, November, you have started making your booking for flight for December, for you to, especially those traveling from Lagos to the southeast and the south. But unfortunately, the operators, knowing very well that people take advantage of that cheap ticket window booking online.
They stopped it.
They stopped it, and so you needed to.
And it wasn't even the aviation fuel that even caused the hike.
So I think that aviation operators also take advantage of people around this time. I mean, because they know very well that you don't have a lot of people who are going to travel from Lagos to the southeast to the south side, and so what they do is to wait to really milk people about this period. Of course, don't forget, like I was going to talk about insecurity, because that was what we saw all throughout the year. In fact, it is still happening. We are still happening with it. But even not for the fact that we saw the president of the United States, President Donald Trump, even under pressure, you cannot put in the country under pressure, we probably would not have seen much of the thing that we have seen our own the administration, the Nigerian government has done, actually going out and then to see how they can deal with the terrorists and all of that. But the point is that normally about this time, people will, those who cannot afford flight, going by air, will afford to go by road. You understand? But because of the fear of insecurity, you are not sure that by the time you leave Lagos, you'll be able to get to Warri the same way you left Lagos. Maybe along the way, some guys may just waylay you, and then you'll be asking for ransom. Of maybe millions of naira. And so people who are really desperate to travel for Christmas in the southeast, in the south are like, okay, fine. Maybe
they keep some money for ransom.
What you got? Aviation flight, cost of flying fare, 500,000 naira. One way ticket, right?
One way ticket.
It's cheaper than the 100 million naira ransom. And so you see people still, but it's something that should give us concern, really. The destiny.
Exactly.
Why should one pay as much as 500,000 naira?
Because even when you're traveling abroad,
a flight of about 45 to 55 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's something that should give us concern. Exactly. But people are paying because they do not want to be caught up by terrorists and the kidnappers on the road.
It's not just about being caught. Do you know how bad the feeling is going into that forest?
Yeah, and I'm also going to talk about even the road itself. The roads are in terrible state.
Very terrible
state. There's this road from Benin, they call it Benin bypass, right?
Exactly.
Then you connect to be able to get to Asaba.
Exactly.
And then you move, then you go to get to Onitsha and all of that. It's in terrible state. That road is in terrible state. In fact, if you have to leave Lagos, you can never get to, if you are from the southeast, south, those of us who are from that part of the country, if you leave Lagos by morning, today, you can't get home until tomorrow.
Wow.
So meaning that you just have to sleep,
you just prepare your mind that you're going to have a 2-day trip.
Yeah, 2 days. So rather than go through that pain, that's one. And then the risk of, being kidnapped. So because again, what this also do, the bad road also, does is this.
It helps them.
It trap you down. and these guys can actually then come
Catch
and
you
catch
in the
you.
process.
So it's a double whammy for those for
yeah.
travelers, especially those who want to go to Christmas, want to go celebrate Christmas
With their loved one.
with their loved one in the south. It's terrible.
It
And
is
so
terrible.
those are the concerns that they have expressed, and that's why I said I wanted to talk about how insecurity has also brought about the pain that people are going through right now, traveling to their hometowns, whether in the south or the southeast. That's one aspect of it that I felt we needed to just highlight, and then see how we can, talk to our government to say, please, for God's sake, go fix this.
Let things, be easy for the citizens.
People have also made this argument. Yes, I agree that the Lagos coastal highway that is being built, that's going to cost about
7.8 billion
15
per
trillion
kilometer.
by the time it's done, about 15 trillion. So it's fine, it's good to build new routes. We welcome the idea of new routes being
It's
built.
also good to
But for
maintain.
God's sake, why not even fix the routes that are already existing so that people can travel seamlessly, without going through the kind of things that people are going through right now to be able to get to be able to get to.
Nigerians have really tried. Nigerians have really tried. So the government should look into a lot of things to compensate the citizens. The citizens are actually going through
a lot.
Yes, our government will say, oh, yes, they've done some things that are very invaluable, like the coastal road is commendable, brilliant. But Nigerians have tried, trust me.
Again, just also add this, it's not all about lamentation. We've also seen about this time how, unlike what used to happen in the past, many years back, where about this time you will also be battling with the cost of petrol. So we've seen stability in the price. In fact, not just that the prices are stable, the prices are still actually coming down. We've seen the reduction. Thank God for the Dangote refinery.
Well, I always say it's the lost one.
Yeah, the Dangote refinery that was, was commissioned in the year and that is now producing locally.
Speaking of that
has helped us to stabilize the prices of fuel and even reduce it such that we're able to drive into filling station and buy without having to queue up.
Like this morning, I was opportune to buy at the MRS filling station, and it was at 739 naira.
I also bought at the MRS,
and I was happy. I was happy
Did
that
you get queue?
No. It was still early in the morning, right? And there's still going to be queues, trust me, because other filling stations are selling for like 890 naira, and then you find an MRS selling for 734 naira.
I mentioned something,
which is very good, and I was happy. I gained, from that lagis, so to speak.
So
imagine me calling it a lagis.
So that was I was saying that it's not all about lamentation. We've also seen some positive development.
So that's what I was even trying to learn, to say that I wish more refineries can come up, and so the competition can still get better and ease the burden for the citizens.
When you say more refineries, make it sound as if you say, can we have more kiosks and more shops?
Look, are you saying it's not easy?
Of course.
But Holdings and Bua, they're coming up with theirs very quickly.
So Bua is already here. Bua's refinery is coming up. It's ongoing in Akwa Ibom.
So
in Akwa Ibom.
The thing about refineries, people don't know, is that it's not just having the money. You must have unwavering commitment when it comes to those who are going to work with.
True.
Dangote, in many ways, I don't know how he has done it, but he has perfected having people who are dogged and ready to go with him, even to the jaws of the lion.
Exactly.
Because I tell you, the gatekeepers that are there, those who are the initial marketers, believe it or not, they're no longer making money the way they used to make money before. Dangote is now opening more, making us to see other areas that previous people have overlooked. Now, we bought fuel, how much?
734 naira
from MRS. I tell you, I predicted here on set yesterday when we were doing was it a municipal review or so? I said, look, take it or not, by March next year, we might start buying fuel for 300 naira. Even though the the cost of
and let's be taking your word. The moment you predicted the return of Christopher Musa, and I want to believe that this is going to happen because I wish it happened.
Let's see how it goes.
For real.
I
wish it will happen for real.
I don't think that we're going to buy fuel for as low as 300 naira
anymore.
I don't think that.
Well, I don't think anything will be possible. With these new refineries, if they can.
I think that's going to be.
But imagine if there is serious. I'm not praying for turmoil. When there's serious turmoil in the Middle East,
yes,
all eyes and all fingers are pointed towards what Nigeria, that is also a big player in the petroleum sector. Meaning to say that we'll control the market. Meaning to say that we also have our refineries. Meaning to say that a lot of buyers will come, and I tell you, when you have more buyers, the price
will come down.
The point. Let's look at the point.
The price
when it comes to
it will come down.
Petroleum products are internationally priced. For instance, goods. You understand? So, if there is a major issue in the Middle East, the Middle East is one of the major area where crude is produced. So, if there's any crisis that affect
price of crude oil,
production of crude, what's going to happen is that the price of crude in the international market will go up. And so, don't forget that we don't even produce enough for ourselves. What will happen is that the prices of crude will go up, and so Nigeria will be able to sell at a higher price in the international market. And of course, but then let me just add this. Dangote is also buying crude internationally, of course, also getting some supply. What's going to happen? The prices of refined product will also go up.
Okay. Prices of refined products will also go up, but that's according to Joshua this morning, as he has been.
I'm just saying, in the event there is any crisis,
exactly. But I think we should end on this note because there's a possibility with what you've said and with what Valentine has said also, and that's all we have for you. The big story this morning, and don't forget that Business Day Television is celebrating the Merry Christmas with you also, and coming next is a social listening segment. Don't go anywhere. Merry
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You are watching Business Day Television.
You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Now, this is the social listening segment, and I want to say a Merry Christmas to all of you watching us right now. I'm not alone, as usual. I'm here with
Onyeka Valentine. Let's make sense of it all.
Of course. Now, very quickly, on social listening this morning, we have a number of stories to touch. And now here from the $11 million fraud, U.S. frees Nigerian fraud convict Invictus Okeke after 6 years in prison and deportation underway. And we also have the Christmas Eve story fire as it hits a 22-story building in Lagos Insurance House. An explosion kills a 7 in Maiduguri mosque on Christmas Eve. Oh, right. here. A stampede at Ashakeza Kenya concert leaves a Karen Lajore dead, and Twitch suspends Africa's biggest streamer, Qatar FA's account. Right. Still, we're welcoming you to the social listening segment. I am Destiny Momo, and with me is Valentine Onyeka. Right. All right. The first conversation gaining attention is the release of Nigerians and fraud victim Invictus Okeke after spending 6 years in U.S. prison. According to reports, Okeke, arrested in 2019, was no longer in custody as of Wednesday, with arrangements for his deportation to Nigeria underway as stipulated in his guilty plea agreement. FBI agents arrested Okeke in August 2019 at the Dallas International Airport in Virginia, where he had booked a flight to return to Nigeria. He was tried and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment in February 2021, but released on Wednesday, seemingly benefiting from the first step prison reform policy that President Donald Trump signed into law in his first tenure. What do you make of this before we see tweets?
So first and foremost, before I jump into it, say there's no excuse for anyone who, crosses the law. The long arm of the law, no matter where you are around the world, in the globe, right, can always catch up and reach out to whoever it is that's the perpetrator, right? I mean, in the past we've seen where some presidents almost went to prison, some went to prison, like the former, president of France had issue with funds and a whole lot of stuff, and then what am I trying to say is that at the end of the day, the court of law will determine.
True.
Having said so, I think, again, remember I said that no one should condone any act of criminality.
True.
Whether it's Nigeria
or non-Nigerian. Yeah.
Whether it is Nigeria also or outside Nigeria. But having said so, have you noticed that whenever it has to do with anything fraud, right, and a Nigerian is involved, the way and manner
people put their weight around it, yes,
people will actually magnify the word Nigerian in capital letter. You see, I think as much as, like I said before, I don't like to condone or make excuse for any criminality or any criminal act, perpetrated by a Nigerian or non-Nigerian, as case may be. I am still of the opinion that we as Nigerians, we still have some very great Nigerians
who are doing great stuff, doing a lot of great things.
Just the way, you see, it would be sad to say every person from Brazil is a drug dealer. It would be sad to say everyone from Colombia is a drug dealer.
Sure.
It would be sad to say every person in the United States
is a drug dealer.
Or better still, or is what we call a racist.
Or a terrorist.
I wouldn't want to say so.
Okay, a racist.
So why am I saying all this? Is that yes, now he has been let out of prison thanks to the reform of Donald Trump put in place, and of course, he's looking at deportation back to Nigeria. Whenever a Nigerian is doing a great thing and he's an American, they will call him an American Nigerian, has just won the gold medal, has just won this, or has just innovated something new.
Exactly.
American Nigerian.
They tend to put a praise undertone around those things.
That's my point. And then we down here, we don't even magnify those good things.
No.
When it's something bad, they will turn the narrative from, even if the person is a citizen, turn the narrative from American Nigerian to a Nigerian. You remove the word American.
Citizen.
You see the trend and the trajectory of this kind
so
of
much for wrong image making and them. I think before I can see the passion with which you want to speak of this, because you are a very passionate and patriotic Nigerian. But let's see tweets to this effect. Okay, from Ben Samuel at Flourish 007 said he's almost certain to run in 2027 and secure a political seat upon returning to Nigeria. He'll probably receive a hero's welcome. And then Olame Ghana Basil at Basil Uka says he should return to Nigeria and join his colleagues in APC. He just fulfilled one of their most important requirements.
As sarcastic as this person sounds, I will still say that there are some good people. I like to always be objective.
Yes,
there are
and
some
diplomatic
good people
as
of
well.
integrity
Exactly.
in that same APC, and people who understand what rule of law is. Unfortunately, they're not the ones that we hear their voices the most.
True. Now, Issa Sandersi says that he will soon return home and join politics, and the rest will be history. Now, this dubious guy was on the cover of Forbes as the face of young, rising African entrepreneurs. Whoa. And I think that's all we have on the tweets in that regard.
The last person.
Yes, the Forbes thing.
Yes,
got you, right?
It got me. But again, I want to say this, is that for every celebrated billionaire, mark my words, for every celebrated billionaire around the world, at some point, they have to do some shady things to make sure that their business thrives. Unfortunately, like they always say in Nigeria here, now who them cast be waiting? Thief. Now, I am not making excuses for anyone, who puts his hand in any evil thing and gets caught, right? No excuse for evil deed. But what I'm saying is that, look, even those who we are celebrating right now, right, as either governors or presidents or whatever it is, you don't know what tomorrow holds. You don't. I just told you about a former, president of France that was sent to prison recently for something that he was tied to, right, that the law frowned against or frowned on. So nobody knows tomorrow. Donald Trump almost went to prison. Remember, how many Forbes appearances did he get? How many awards have he gotten?
Well. You've actually hit the nail on the head. Now, another topic Nigerians are reacting to is the fire outbreak. Wow, a sad one at a popular Lagos plaza known as the Great Nigerian Insurance House, located on Martin Street in the Lagos Island area of Lagos State. The building, which serves as a warehouse for clothing materials, was said to have been engulfed by fire at about 5 p.m. yesterday. The permanent secretary of the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, Olufemi Osaintolo, confirmed that the fire started from one of the offices located on the 4th floor before escalating to other floors. He noted that the number of casualties could not be ascertained at the moment, as rescue operations were still ongoing as at the time of filing this report. I think we should see tweets this regard before we discuss. All right, now from Rotimi Bello, he said that that's crazy, such a high building, lacking fire arrestor systems in such a very developed part of the business area is always insane. I want to believe, anyway. Okay, now from Biomi, who says that the fire outbreak at Idumota is really getting out of hand. The government really needs to do something. The funniest part is that the building, well-built, finished before fire service. The building will finish burning before the fire service will get there. It has been burning since afternoon. 3 buildings within 2 or 3 months. Within 2 or 3 months. Wow. So the building, I believe, is also still burning as at now. Wow. Now there's a tweet to this effect. And if you ask me, the fire incident in that axis happens mostly during festive periods. Now, if they know that they have things like that, why do they not always have the fire truck on standby?
So,
because you will never miss a fire outbreak from the Lagos Island market at every festivity.
I think first and foremost, when anything happens, this is what they call lesson learned. The fire department of Lagos State needs to put together what they call lesson learned after each incident. The last one that happened, if they had a lesson learned session, they could have made it mandatory for all the buildings in that whole area.
Yeah.
The whole of that Lagos
to
Island,
have fire
Lagos Island market, as case may be, or whether it is Balogun, whatever it is, or Idumota. Make sure you put not just fire extinguishers, but make sure you have fire escape routes.
Okay.
If not, seal down that building. I can tell you for a fact, most people put together structures and then they bypass fire regulatory
Possibilities,
all
yeah.
those stuff, or advice, I mean to say, so it's an issue. Now,
I agree.
If we can now say this has happened, which it has, how do we now be able to learn from it? There are two ways. One, first and foremost, make sure that we have a fire station not too far from that area. Secondly, the access route. If you go right now, you see people selling left and right. There's always traffic there.
Always.
So if a fire truck is coming to save lives and property, even with the siren and everything, it will still get stuck in that traffic. So last fires, they have their work to do there. How? To make sure people sitting around that area are removed. The environment agencies too. Make sure people sitting around that area are removed. Make sure
I always see Osai Tolu there to do one, a rescue mission or the other. So why are they not putting these measures in place? Well, let's move on. The third conversation is the explosion in Maiduguri Mosque that left about 7 people dead. 7 people were reportedly killed as the explosion tore through a crowded mosque in the northeastern Nigeria city of Maiduguri during evening prayers. According to witnesses and security sources, no group has yet claimed responsibility for the suspected bombing in a city that has endured years of insurgency but has been largely calm in recent years. Wow, I think we should see tweets to this effect, because if this is happening in Maiduguri, it's been actually undergoing a lot of attack for a long time, and then this again, it's heart-wrenching. All right, from Arawa source said that this reporting is a pure hypocrisy. The bomb blast happened in a mosque while Muslims were praying. You guys are not helping the situation in the country. Shame on you. Wow. And then from Emmanuel says that it is even how heartless you guys have turned to now. Did you read that many were fed dead? So the souls lost don't concern you. It's agenda of where it happened, and that's so much importance to you. Sad. Wow. And then from Adebanjo, but you said this is heartbreaking and condemnable act of violence. Attacking innocent people, especially on Christmas Eve, is cruel, wicked, and completely unacceptable. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families and everyone arrested in Maiduguri. So those responsible for this cowardly act must be brought to justice, and the government must urgently strengthen security and to protect lives and restore peace. That's from Adebanji. Oh, wow. Wow. Valentine, this is one too many happening in the north. And the way this thing is happening now, this particular incident happened in the mosque. And some people will be seeing it like balancing the terrorist attack, for, others have been happening in the churches, and then this one happening in the mosque. And that's why people are being careful and skeptical about the 31st night convergence of Christians as Khan has already advised. So what do you make of this?
Well, the questions that needs to be asked, we're asking these questions right now, which is one, right? Why now?
Why now?
As journalists, as reporters, as broadcasters, we tend to look above what any person who is not a trained journalist will ask. We ask this question on their behalf. Why now? Why there? And thirdly, right? Why would they say it was a suicide bomb? These are so anyone who's a security personnel asks those questions to begin to give them
narratives.
Exactly, give them where to pinpoint it. It has happened, so we can't say why have they done. They've done it already. But again, the major question, I remember we've asked why there, why now, and why the suicide bomber. But the most important question now is this, which is very key. People are not saying, is this: why did they wait this long? You see, there is no doubt that terrorism, right?
It has eaten deep.
Exactly. It's no doubt that it hasn't eaten deep. Most definitely has. There's nowhere that's too secured on this planet. It is still the same human beings that can make anywhere, unsecured.
True.
By going to cause problems. Are they telling us, giving us a statement? Are they making a statement? What is their MO? MO, I mean, what's the motivation? What's the motivation behind? What's the motive behind it? Are they trying, are they trying to now say, so those people get to know it's not just Christians that are being killed. Most of them are also being killed too. So it's no longer genocide.
It's a balance.
It's now a balance. So, or are they saying that the person behind that suicide thing is a Christian? So there are a lot of questions can be asked in that regard.
Sure.
But I don't believe that whoever did that is a Christian. No, that's out of the question.
It should be ruled out completely.
Also, I don't want to believe that whoever did that also is a Muslim. Ruled out. I believe whoever carried out that attack is just a wicked person. But what is the motive behind it? Now that we are beginning to record, huge stride when it comes to combating insecurity, combating terrorists, our Nigerian army is doing so well now.
Yes, they're doing so
these
well.
guys to the brink of extinction. We see all the videos and we see everything happen right now on social media. It appears that our armed forces are now winning the battle and winning it big, thanks to the emergence of
They're beginning to gain the strength of their voice.
But here's the question now. I haven't asked all this. The major question we're asking right now is this: what is their MO? What is the motive behind this?
True. You don't have to say that.
Our hearts go to those who
lost loved
ones. It's a painful thing. Nobody wants to lose a loved one in that kind of way. But like they say, none of us are getting out of this life alive anyway.
At the end of the day,
let's make it count.
Let's make our life
love
count.
each other.
It's the end of the year when we keep hearing things like this. It's totally. It's unacceptable. It's not provoking. It's heart-wrenching. It is not what we want.
And the place of worship.
And the places of worship. Now, these are not good signs at all. And that's why, because Khan has also advised Nigerians to also be careful how they converge. It doesn't really matter where now. We know that these things happen in the north a lot. But now is a total warning for everyone, everywhere, wherever you find yourself. Just be careful. Just be careful so we avoid hearing things like this. But we cannot stop these steadfast night gatherings from happening. A lot of people want to enter into the new year renewed in Christ, guarded in that line, which you will not blame them for because it has always worked for them.
And this cuts across just being a Christian.
Yes.
Not just Christians,
not just
Muslims,
Christians, yes.
Hindus, everybody's looking at
wherever place of worship you are going to resume the new year. Be careful. That's why our heart goes out to the people that have actually lost loved ones. Days to the new year as a result of this act of terrorism, and we pray that henceforth things like this will stop happening to our dear citizens in our dear nation, especially as the year is fast rounding up. Right. So what message do you still have for them?
Well, I mean, good enough from media angle to be told, give and take. We keep doing our job as broadcasters to be able to bring to that which is important and give you stories as it breaks. But this is Christmas period. Hey, get out there, enjoy yourself, but remember your safety and your security first and foremost lies in your hands first. Then those around you can also help you. Be responsible and enjoy with so much with wisdom.
The stories Nigerians are talking about today. Thank you for watching Social Listening on Business Day Television. I remain Destiny Mama with Valentine Onyeka. Join us next time. Merry Christmas once again.
As the festive season approaches, Many families are finding creative ways on how they can celebrate without stretching their budgets. My name is Glory Brown, and today we are on the streets of Lekki to explore how Nigerians are redefining the Yuletide spirit. Stay with us.
As the season implies, is a time of joy. So I intend to spend it with my family, have fun, and also go to the house of God, worship God, and have, just time to reflect on the wonderful things and the purpose of the season. Apart from the time of rest you have, I look at the very important reason for this season, and which is Christ. Jesus is the reason for the season, because without Jesus we can't be celebrating this season. We can't say that we have a day called Christmas, although we know that day is being contested, that no one knows the day Jesus was born. But at least since it has been worldwide chosen that this day is a day that people should celebrate Jesus, so I think it's a worthwhile event to celebrate Jesus.
I plan to celebrate in the lowest, my lowest key,
Budget.
but
So January
definitely January is already here, so I plan to celebrate in the low key. Yeah, spending some quality time with families and friends. January is fast approaching, and school fees, and as a married man, family with kids, so bills on the way. So we're going to cut the cost in a little.
We are definitely going to spend on the budget with the state of the economy and with the salary we are being given to us as a corper. We definitely have to watch what we're spending, and with the new tax coming up next year, we have to look forward to it and spend according to what's coming up. When you're trying to do anything on a budget, you definitely have to, there's not much you can do. I'm going to say there's really not much you can do, because the economy is very expensive. To even come out of your house, transportation alone is very expensive. So if you're on a tight budget, there is little to nothing you can do.
Everything is cost. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. Even now, so I'm going for an interview, I don't have a job. I'm just there. There's nothing to do. So the economy is really affecting us. Tinubu should do something, and next year they're going to start taxing us. So how do they want us to cope? Next year is not smiling. With the tax and all, everybody will feel it. So everybody's going to spend on the budget except the Odogus then.
Well, the economy apparently has impacted greatly on the percentage of the populace. And probably because they say the word reformation. And you know that when there's a reformation going on, a whole lot of people are going to bear the brunt. It's not actually going to be the way it used to be. So reformation in this sense has affected a lot of people, so that they no longer are able to afford what they used to afford, because what is even available is not even okay to take care of anything. That's just it.
And that's a glimpse on how individuals and families around the Lekki Axis will be celebrating this Yuletide season. I'm Glory Brown, reporting for Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
morning and welcome to the Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown, wishing you a Merry Christmas. Let's take a look at the key business stories shaping today's headlines. NNPC, 12 orders fail ICPC integrity test. Consumer urge Dangote to expand partner stations. MDAS underfunded by 15 trillion naira in 3 years. Afri-Invest project naira at 1,431.06 naira per dollar in 2026. Solar Systems save NIPCO 44.4 million naira annually, says JMC Limited. Let's begin with news in Nigeria. The Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited and 12 other ministries, departments, and agencies of the federal government recorded zero in the Activities and Integrity Compliance Scorecard to the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission. According to a publication by the ICPC on Wednesday, of the 357 MDAS screened, the NNPC ranked last, scoring zero across all 4 key pillars indicator. However, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission was the highest rated agency, scoring 91.8%. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission was 278 on the list with a score of 38.2%. According to the ICPC, the Activities and Integrity Compliance Scorecard was convened as a diagnostic and accountability tool to strengthen transparency, ethical conduct, and institutional resilience within the Nigerian public sector. The scorecard, according to the report, has become a key benchmark for assessing compliance across 4 core pillars: management culture and structure, financial management systems, administrative systems, and the anti-corruption and transparency unit. Together, these indicators provide a comprehensive measure of activities and governance standard within the public service. For the 2025 assessment year, it was said that the EICS was deployed across 360 target MDS of the federal government. Out of this number, 3 MDS were exempted from the exercise, leaving a total of 357 MDAS effectively assessed. Also, following the reduction in the pump price of petrol by the Dangote refinery, motorists in the Federal Capital Territory have urged the company to increase the number of its partner retail outlets to make the product more readily available in the nation's capital. Dangote Refinery last week announced MRS Oil as its partner retail outlet, mandated to dispense petrol at 739 naira per litre nationwide. Within NNPC retail outlets selling petrol at 835 naira per litre, Total Energies at 920 naira, corn oil at 910 naira, and ethanol at 889 naira. MRS stations have become the major source of cheaper petrol for motorists and consumers. However, checks across Abuja city center and surrounding areas indicate the limited presence of MRS retail outlets within the Federal Capital Territory. Meanwhile, fare queues have persisted since Dangote announced the price reduction, with findings showing that some stations stopped dispensing petrol after 7 p.m. daily. According to reports, MRS filling stations across Airport Road, where pump prices have been adjusted to 739 naira per litre, remain few across Abuja. A motorist noted that the limited presence of MRS outlets in the Federal Capital Territory, combined with other stations selling petrol above 800 naira per litre, has reduced the impact of price cut, adding that Dangote could ease the burden on consumer by increasing the numbers of outlets retailing its petrol. Up next, capital spending by federal government, ministries, departments, and agencies has remained severely constrained over the last 3 fiscal years, even as retained revenues expanded and debt service absorbed an overwhelming share of available resources, according to reports. An analysis of data from the Budget Office of the Federation's Medium-Term Expenditure Framework and Fiscal Strategy paper report covering 2023, 2024 and January to July period of 2025 showed that MDAS capital expenditure for foods were persistently underfunded, leaving a cumulative gap of 15.21 trillion naira over the 3-year period. Over the 3-year period, capital expenditure under the category capital expenditure totaled 27.33 trillion naira were measured on a comparable basis that includes the 2025 pro rata. Outro capital expenditure traceable to those votes amounted to 12.13 trillion naira, leaving a shortfall of 15.21 trillion naira. The full-year budget of MDS capital expenditure stood at 18.53 trillion naira when adjusted to January to July pro rata expectations of 10.81 trillion naira. Outro capital expenditure and others in the first 7 months was just 834.80 billion naira. In the MTEF document for 2026 to 2028, it was noted that capital expenditure implementation was notably weak. Only 834.80 billion naira have been released to ministries, departments, and agencies out of the pro rata capital budget of 10.81 trillion naira, indicating less than 10% performance at the renew period. In a recent development, investment house Afri Invest has projected that the naira will trade at 1,431.06 naira per dollar in the new year. This was contained in its 2025 macroeconomy review and 2026 outlook, which was obtained by our correspondent on Tuesday. Afri Invest in its outlook considered 5 methodologies, including the RARE model, MZM model, FS reserves model, federal government budget benchmark, and the PPP model to arrive at its projection of 1,431.06 naira per dollar. Analysts at Afri Invest said their outlook for the naira's resilience in 2026 is anchored on several assumptions, including expectations that the federal government will formally align its capital gain tax policy changes with foreign portfolio investment considerations ahead of its implementation in January 2026. The naira has been stable for months, a major boon for businesses that requires stability for planning. Now, moving from that story, JMG Limited, a hybrid and integrated electromechanical energy provider, says it has successfully installed solar power system at 3 major NIPCO PLC fueling stations, delivering dependable clean energy, eliminating diesel resilience, and unlocking over 44 million naira in annual energy cost savings. According to the statement by JMG, the installations located in Abuja and Lagos Lekki featured advanced hybrid systems that combine solar arrays, lithium battery storage, and smart inverters to provide 24/7 power for fuel pumps, lighting, and office operations, says each site has reported zero use of electricity or generator power since the systems were installed. The scalable architecture can be seized to each location and has already delivered significantly savings about 88.53 kWh per year, 44.4 million naira in annual cost savings, and a 43.8 tons reduction in COs emission. Collaborating with NIPCO and this initiative demonstrates a practical pathway for other firms to reduce both emissions and energy expenses, he said. The solar systems across the 3 stations in Gwangwalanda and Lekki have been delivered substantial benefits, generating a total of 88,000 kWh per year, saving 44.4 million naira annually, avoiding 43.8 tons, and covering 80 to 100% of daily energy demand with hybrid solar system backed by lithium batteries. The report added that the systems enabled NIPCO stations to operate largely off-grid throughout the day, with batteries storing excess solar output and smart inverters, ensuring seamless power transitions. As a result, generator usage has been cut to near zero, only providing backup during prolonged periods of cloudy weathers. Meanwhile, Nigerians' internet usage reached a record 1.24 million terabytes in November 2025, according to the latest data from the Nigerian Communications Commission. The figure up modestly from 1.235 million terabytes in October reflect steady growth in digital activities across the country. Analysts say the surge is due to broader mobile and broadband adoption and the growing appetite for streaming online learning and other digital services. The figures indicate that internet connectivity has moved beyond being a luxury to an essential service for both business and leisure, highlighting the gradual but consistent growth of Nigeria's digital economy. Broadband penetration in Nigeria crossed the halfway mark in November 2025, reaching 50.50%, up from 45.61% in January, the telecom regulator reported. The country recorded approximately 109 million broadband subscriptions as of November. This growth has been driven by the expansion of mobile networks, particularly 3G and 4G services, alongside limited 5G deployment in urban centers, increased smartphones affordability, and more competitive data pricing. The NCC maintains that continued investment in mobile networks and broadband infrastructure will sustain gradual growth in the sector. You're watching the Business News Hour. We'll go on a quick break and return with more stories. Stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only not yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour right here on BusinessDay television. Moving on, in the first half of 2025, the federal government relied heavily on domestic borrowing through federal government bonds to finance its fiscal deficit, raising 6.10 trillion naira from the local debt market, while proceeds from privatization contributed only 64.92 billion naira. This was disclosed in the second quarter 2025 budget performance report released by the Budget Office of the Federation on Tuesday. The report showed that Nigeria's total fiscal deficit for the first 6 months of 2025 stood at 5.70 trillion naira, lower than the first half budget estimate, but underscoring the government's continued dependence on debt rather than asset sales to fund spending gaps. In the second quarter, the government financed its 2.66 trillion naira fiscal deficit in the second quarter of 2025, largely through domestic borrowing of 2.80 trillion naira. A breakdown of these figures indicated that domestic borrowing exceeded the size of the deficit, reflecting rollover pressures and the need to meet other financing obligations, while privatization's receipts remained marginal despite budgeted expectations. However, actual fiscal performance in the second quarter showed that better than expected outcome. The Budget Office noted that strengthening revenue mobilization, accelerating privatization programs, and deepening fiscal reforms would be critical to reducing deficit financing pressures and improving medium-term fiscal sustainability. Still on, United Nigerian Airlines and Max Air recorded the highest proportions of flight cancellations in the third quarter of 2025, according to data released by the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. The development follows revelations by the NCAA that domestic carriers issued over 1 billion naira in refunds between May and July without any direct regulatory interventions, highlighting increasing compliance within the industry. In this third quarter 2025 flight delay and cancellation report with compared performance with the same period in 2024, the NCAA said United Nigerian posted a cancellation rate of 0.63% between July and September 2025, an improvement from 0.70% a year earlier. Eric Air reduced its cancellation rate significantly to 0.30% in third quarter 2025 from 1.70% in the previous year, also recorded a sharp improvement, cutting cancellations from 1.70% in the third quarter 2024 to 0.09% in 2025. On flight delays, the authority said Air Peace recorded the highest delay rate in the third quarter 2025 at 6.87%, although this represents an improvement from 8.07% in the third quarter of 2024. The latest flight performance data comes against the backdrop of intensified consumer protection enforcement by the NCAA, which has significantly altered airlines' operations and accountability across the sector. In other news, First Bank has become one of the first banks to comply with the Central Bank of Nigeria directive, which mandates lenders to configure their automated teller machines to accept international cards. In an email on Wednesday, First Bank informed its consumers that the ATMs across the country now accept foreign-issued cards. The CBN, in a circular to lenders dated Thursday, 18th December 2025, directed banks to make it possible for customers to use their global cards on domestic ATMs. The circular, signed by CBN Director of the Financial Policy and Regulation Department, Dr. Rita Sike, said the move was part of ongoing efforts to facilitate access to funds and enhance convenience, security, and user experience in foreign card users for diasporans and tourists visiting Nigerians. According to the CBN circular, banks are to ensure that all ATMs, POS, and virtual terminals are configured to accept all international cards that have Nigerian acquirers and that they are in full compliance with card association standards and possesses appropriate certifications where the need arises to ensure seamless processing of card transactions. Also, banks and other participants in the financial services sector have advised their customers to use digital platforms as branches will be closed for the Christmas holiday on Thursday, 25 December and Friday, 26 December 2025. The banks, in communication to their customers, announced a shortened work day on Wednesday, 24th December 2025 and full closure on Thursday and Friday, 25th and 26th December 2025 for the Christmas celebration. The federal government declared Thursday and Friday, December 2025 as public holiday to mark Christmas and Boxing Day, and Thursday, 1st January 2026 for the New Year celebration. Stanbic, IBTC, First Bank, and all other banks have announced through their social media platforms that their branches will be closed from Thursday, December 25th to Friday, December 26th, 2025 in observance of the holiday period. They reassured customers that their digital channels remain open to provide services anytime, anywhere. In other news, the Sea Empowerment and Research Center has called for the need to properly frame existing maritime-linked revenues, especially those occurring for international trade and port activities administered by the Nigerian Customs Service. The group also noted that customs revenue derived largely from seaborne trade constitutes a major pillar of Nigerian maritime economy and already contributes multi-trillion naira annual inflows to the federal treasury account. Dr. Olisa, maritime law expert and senior advocate of Nigeria, projects that Nigeria could unlock up to 70 million naira annually from the maritime and blue economy through decisive policy, institutional and operational reforms, a position that has been professionally reviewed by the group. The group affirms that the maritime and blue economy remains one of Nigeria's most potent yet historical under-optimized economic frontiers. The group also encouraged the ongoing NCS modernizations programs, including the deployment of end-to-end digital trade platforms, adding that risk management systems, advanced cargo information frameworks, and customs port corporations and trade facilitation initiatives are expected to further improve compliance, reduce leakages, and enhance revenue yields. Coming up, the Nigerian Immigration Service has flagged off the 4th edition of its nationwide sensitization corruption campaign. Speaking in Apapa on Monday during the campaign themed Innovating for Transparency and Efficiency, Strengthening Service Delivery and Combating Corruption Through Reforms, the Comptroller General of the Immigration Service, Kemi Nandap, said that technology innovations have remained human interference, minimized delays, and curtailed opportunities for corruptions. According to the NRS boss, the campaign is not just a slogan, it is called to action, adding in recent years, the service has embraced technology to simplify and secure its processes. The NRS boss reiterated that by digitalizing operations, the service has not only enhanced transparency, but also ensured that its services meet the expectations of citizens in a rapidly changing world. And now to wrap up the business news segment, asset managers said Nigeria's digital economy revenue is projected to reach $18.30 billion by 2026, highlighting the increasing role of technology, fintech, and artificial intelligence in driving the country's economic growth. Information and communication technology underpins this expansion, provide the network and platforms that enable fintech, e-commerce, AI, and other digital services. Data from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics said and shows that the ICT sector, telecommunications and information services, contributed 7.47 trillion naira to the GDP in the third quarter 2025, up 1.22% from 7.38 trillion naira a year earlier. The digital economy revenue projection was made by the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Arthur Stevens Asset Management Limited, Olatunde Amolegbe, which delivering the keynote address at the Business Journal Annual Lecture 2025 held in Lagos recently. The event was themed AI and Digital Economy, Projecting the Future of Economic Growth in Nigeria. According to him, the telecommunications sector alone contributed 9.20% to real gross domestic product in the second quarter of 2025, while fintech and digital platforms continue to expand, supported by the Nigerian interbank settlement system, evolving regulations, and rising consumers' adoption. And this is much we can take this morning on the Business News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. We wish you a Merry Christmas and stay tuned to Business Day Television. As the festive season approaches, many families are finding creative ways on how they can celebrate without stretching their budgets. My name is Glory Brown, and today we are on the streets of Lekki to explore how Nigerians are redefining the Yuletide spirit. Stay with us.
As the season implies, is a time of joy. So I intend to spend it with my family, have fun, and also go to the house of God, give worship God, and have just time to reflect on the wonderful things and the purpose of the season. Apart from the time of rest you have, I look at the very important reason for this season, and which is Christ. Jesus is the reason for the season, because without Jesus we can't be celebrating this season. We can't say that we have a day called Christmas, although we know that that day is being contested, that no one knows the day Jesus was born. But at least since it has been worldwide chosen that this day is a day that people should celebrate Jesus, so I think it's a worthwhile event to celebrate Jesus.
I plan to celebrate in the lowest, my lowest key,
Budget.
but
So January
definitely January is already here, so I plan to celebrate in the low key. Yeah, spending some quality time with families and friends. January is fast approaching, and school fees, and as a married man, family with kids, so bills on the way. So we're going to cut the cost in a little.
We are definitely going to spend on the budget with the state of the economy and with the salary we are being given to us as a copper. We definitely have to watch what we're spending, and with the new tax coming up next year, we have to look forward to it and spend according to what's coming up. When you're trying to do anything on a budget, you definitely have to, there's not much you can do. I'm going to say there's really not much you can do, because with the economy, it's very expensive to even come out of your house. Transportation alone is very expensive. So if you're on a tight budget, there's little to nothing you can do.
Everything is cost. Everything is cost. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. Even now, say I'm going for an interview, I don't have a job. I'm just there. There's nothing to do. So the economy is really affecting us. Tinubu should do something now, and next year they are going to start taxing us. So how do they want us to cope? Next year is not smiling. With the tax and all, everybody will feel it. So everybody is going to spend on the budget except the Odogus then.
Well, the economy apparently has impacted greatly on the percentage of the populace, and probably because they say the word reformation, and that when there's a reformation going on, a whole lot of people are going to bear the brunt. It's not actually going to be the way it used to be. So reformation in this sense has affected a lot of people, so that they no longer are able to afford what they used to afford, because what is even available is not even okay to take care of anything. That's just it.
And that's a glimpse on how individuals and families around the Lekki Axis will be celebrating this Yuletide season. I'm Glory Brown, reporting for Business Day Television.
December, a breath of fresh air. One of the happiest months of the year, whether you're celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ, anticipating getting gifts, or even giving gifts. The energetic, ugly, and dirty December feel in Nigeria. Even with this magical feel, December seems to be one of the deadliest months, and this is not me trying to be the Grinch of the season. In 2023, 32 people died in a stampede. In 2024, at least 67 people died from a stampede at Christmas charity events. From December 15, 2024 to January 15, 2025, which is the festive season, the Federal Road Safety Corps recorded 402 fatalities from road crashes. Every December, emergency rooms are filled up. Medical professionals almost have to work double shifts, and families end their year in the corridor of the hospitals rather than sharing a meal with the Christmas tree fully lit up. This is Health Matters, your number one guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Imosibwe. Come closer, let me hold your hand and walk you through the safety tips, because December doesn't kill people, preventable risks actually do. Let's break this tip into 4 parts. I'd love to begin with the number one killer in December, road accidents. You probably wonder why this is not something more medically dramatic. However, with the statistics, this is as serious as a heart attack, and it is simply because of various reasons. Growing up during the festive season, there was this road that legend said had okra poured on in the spirit realm during December period, and thus lots of lives were claimed during the festivity. But with a long travel distance, night driving, speeding to beat traffics, driving under alcohol influence, and let's not forget fatigue, it's easy to see why this story trended in the community and why this is number one killer, right? So here are the main things we should do before sitting behind those wheels. Firstly, get proper sleep and rest. Never drink and drive, because that itself is a recipe for disaster. Avoid overspeeding, and if your driver is going beyond the speed limit, then you either give him a knock or caution him. Please do the latter. And limit night driving, especially in unfamiliar routes, because the truth is that arriving late is better than not arriving at all. Secondly, I know we might want to get lit with alcohol and smoking, but why don't we try to set limits? Fun or not so fun fact is that alcohol contributes to road crashes, fights and violence, and alcohol poisoning. If you choose to drink alcohol, here is what you should do. Eat before drinking. In the simplest term, eating before drinking slows down alcohol absorption, preventing you from getting drunk too quickly, reduces negative effects like nausea, and protects the stomach lining by literally lining the stomach. Also, have limits, and do not forget to have a DD, which is a designated driver, be it a family or a friend who did not drink, or you can easily book a ride. Underlying illnesses also result in multiple deaths, and if you have followed Health Matters closely, then you'd have heard professionals talking about getting tested and checked back to back on each episode. I understand that sometimes it can be scary to get this checkup and test, but before you go out and have the time of your life, isn't it better to have full knowledge of your health condition and be properly armed with the right medication in case of emergency to prevent your life from being timed out? Protect not just your heart from heartbreaks this December, but also your health from complications. Now, your body is similar to a car, always giving you symptoms before a breakdown. Don't ignore those symptoms, because your body does not recognize holidays, or rather dirty December. Now, in June 2019, a Nigerian couple and their 5 children died from carbon monoxide poisoning from a generator. The generator was kept in the kitchen while the fumes spread into the sitting room where members of the family slept. Light off the wall. Turn off your decorations before sleeping. Never run generators indoors. Keep fuel away from flames, and don't forget to supervise children at all times. Finally, I know that December can be financially and emotionally draining, so kindly live, laugh, and love. Get rid of unrealistic expectations, let go of the pressure to outperform, and stop comparing your life to others. It's time to protect and cherish your mental health. Let celebration be joyful, careful, and conscious, because when the music fades and the fireworks end, life must continue. This has been Health Matters, and I am Amanda Imosibwe saying have a Merry Christmas. Have a carefully lit, dirty December. Celebrate wisely, stay safe, keep watching Business Day television, and I'll see you in the new year.
You are watching Business Day television.
This is a news update reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, MDA is underfunded by 15 trillion naira in 3 years. And an MPC and 12 others fail ICPC integrity test. And Sanwo-Olu provides update on GNI building fire incident, urges calm. Ekiti becomes first state to domesticate Nigerian Tax Administration Act. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. Capital spending by federal government ministries, departments and agencies has remained severely constrained despite successive increases in headline capital budgets. Actual releases and spending failed to keep pace, reflecting deep structural pressure on public finances, largely driven by rising debt service obligations. And capital expenditure over 3 years totaled 27.33 trillion naira, and when measured on a comparable basis that includes the 2025 pro rata, while actual capital expenditure traceable to those votes amounted to 12.13 trillion naira, leaving a shortfall of 15.21 trillion naira. And meanwhile, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and 12 other ministries, departments and agencies of the federal government recorded zero in the Ethics and Integrity Compliance Scorecard of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission. According to reports, the NNPC ranks last, scoring zero across all 4 key PIDA indicators of the 357 MDAs screened. The report shows that the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission was the highest rated agency, scoring 91.83, while the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission was 278 on the list with a score of 38.25. And according to the ICPC, the Ethics and Integrity Compliance Scorecard was conceived as a diagnostic and accountability tool to strengthen transparency, ethical conduct, and institutional resilience within Nigeria's public sector. And also, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has urged the residents of the state to remain calm following a fire incident at the 25-story Great Nigerian Insurance building on Martin Street, Lagos Island. Information Commissioner Gbenga Omotosho said in a statement on Thursday that no casualties were recorded in the incident, while officials noted that the cause of the fire had not been ascertained. Omotosho said the governor, who had been personally monitoring the situation since the incident was reported, immediately directed the Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service to intensify response efforts and ensure the evacuation of the adjoining buildings. According to him, a distress call was received, prompting an immediate response from fire crews at Ebute Elefun Dolphin fire stations, with reinforcements from the Sarigomu fire station and the Alausa headquarters. Coming up, Ekiti becomes a first state to domesticate Nigerian Tax Administration Act. We'll be right back.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, defend the insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to News Update. Ekiti State has become the first subnational entity in Nigeria to domesticate the Nigerian Tax Administration Act (NTAA) in a move to align with national fiscal reforms. According to a statement from the state government, Governor Biodun Oyebanji formalized this transition on Wednesday by signing the Ekiti State Revenue Administration Law 2025 into law. The signing ceremony held at the Executive Council Chamber in Ado-Ekiti also saw the governor assent to the state's 2026 budget of sustainable governance valued at 415.57 billion naira. The 2025 Revenue Administration Law repeals the Ekiti State Board of Internal Revenue Law of 2019, which aims to modernize tax collection and eliminate systemic inefficiencies. And away from that story, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has urged President Bola Tinubu to implement a Supreme Court ruling granting financial autonomy to local governments, warning that continued delay harms communities at the grassroots. Atiku made the call in a statement posted on his official X page on Wednesday, and noting that the government has spent nearly 2 years without enforcing the Supreme Court's directive. And a former vice president called on the president to instruct the Attorney General of the Federation to enforce the judgment immediately, saying the solution is simple, and according to him, that anything short of this is a failure of leadership. And President Tinubu had earlier addressed the issue during the 15th National Executive Committee meeting of the All Progressive Congress, urging state governors to comply with the Supreme Court verdict. And still on, Governor of Enugu State Peter Amba has signed the 2026 appropriation bill into law, accelerating reforms and development across the state. The budget was signed into law on Wednesday at Enugu Government House after swift passage by the State Assembly. Amba said the 2026 budget will take effect immediately, designed to consolidate his administration's gains. The governor said the 2026 budget was anchored on inclusivity, accountability, transparency, traceability, and strong institutions to ensure value for money in public spending. And meanwhile, the People's Democratic Party has condemned the bomb explosion that occurred in Borno State on Christmas Eve, describing the incident as further evidence of the federal government's failure to protect lives and property. In a Wednesday statement, PDP spokesperson Ini Ememobong sympathized with victims' families and called for urgent action on worsening national insecurity. The party's statement comes amid a recent rise in insecurity across the country. Condemning the attack, Ememobong said the incident demonstrated the growing security challenges facing Nigerians and the inability of the government to fulfill its core responsibility of protecting the citizens. Coming up, Russia allied to Dara's third term in Central Africa Republic. This and more after this break. Stay with us.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job, build your business. Ours, handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key Mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key Mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Welcome back to the user update, and now moving on to Africa. And President Faustin Archange reportedly is considered the favorite to win a third term after a 2023 constitutional referendum removed term limits as the decision to run again earlier this year sparked street protests that drew thousands of people. Tadera is one of Russia's closest allies in Africa, but tensions have emerged this year over Moscow's demand to replace the Wagner private and mercenary group with the Russian military unit Africa Corps. And meanwhile, human rights organizations have expressed concerns about repression in the lead up to the first round of voting, while a major opposition group has vowed to boycott it. Now, this landlocked country of approximately 5.5 million inhabitants has long been reportedly plagued by clashes between pro-government forces and armed groups. Also, festive mood in Tanzania is dampened by the dry pipes as the city experiences serious water shortages as Christmas approaches. At first light in Tanzania's main city, Dar es Salaam, some of its 6 million residents begin their day with a frantic search for water. In some homes, plastic containers are stocked outside the door, ready to be carried at a moment's notice whenever word spreads that a nearby tap is flowing again. And city authorities ration water. Homes get it once a week, but the wait can stretch for weeks for some families. The crisis caused by a drought and rise in demand has persisted for months. And many people are forced to turn to private vendors who source their water from boreholes and tanks, and they are a respite for thousands of families, but their high costs are a heavy burden to low-income households. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky has given details of an updated peace plan offering Russia the potential withdrawal of Ukrainian troops from the east and the creation of a demilitarized zone in their place. Detailing the 20-point plan agreed by U.S. and Ukrainian envoys in Florida at the weekend, Zelensky said the Russians would respond on Wednesday once the Americans had spoken to them. Describing the plan as the main framework for ending the war, he said it proposed security guarantees from the U.S., NATO, and Europeans for a coordinated military response if Russia invaded Ukraine again. Now, on the key question of Ukraine's eastern Donbas, Zelensky said a free economic zone was a potential option. And the president revealed to newsmen that as Ukraine was against withdrawal, U.S. negotiators were looking to establish a demilitarized zone of a free economic zone. Any area that Ukrainian troops pulled out of would have to be policed by Ukraine, he stressed. And also, Algeria's parliament has unanimously passed a law declaring France's colonization of the North African state a crime and demanding an apology and reparations. The law also criminalizes the glorification of colonialism. State-run TV reports and the vote is the latest sign of increasingly strained diplomatic relations between the two countries, with some observers saying they are at their lowest since Algeria gained independence 63 years ago. And France's colonization of Algeria between 1830 and 1962 was marked by mass killings, large-scale deportations, and ended in a bloody war of independence. Algeria says the war killed 1.5 million people, while French historians put the death toll much lower. And France's President Emmanuel Macron has previously acknowledged the colonization of Algeria was a crime against humanity, but has not offered an apology. I'm going to bring you the sports news after this break. Stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like
things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only not yet.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them.
Welcome back to News Update, and now moving on to sports news. Ivory Coast began the 2025 African Cup of Nations AFCON title defense with a Nile 1-0 with Mozambique at the Marrakesh Stadium on Wednesday night. And Diallo proved the table dispatched 10-man Sudan 3-0 in their opening Group E match at the 2025 African Cup of Nations AFCON on a Wednesday. Admiral opened the scoring after just 82 seconds, delighting the Algerian supporters who made up the vast majority of the 16,115 crowd at the Moulay El Hassan Stadium in Rabat. The Arali winger added his second goal shortly after the hour mark before Ibrahim Amoso wrapped up the victory late on as Algeria made a strong start to their AFCON campaign. And among the spectators in the Moroccan capital was a France legend and Zinedine Zidane, whose parents hail from Algeria and whose son Lucas Zidane started in goal for the Desert Foxes. As in his appearance on the stadium's big screens drew loud cheers from Algerian fans who were further buoyed by the team's dominant display. Now this is where we'll wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News Update. I am Destiny Mama. Merry Christmas. Good afternoon.